never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
On Wednesday afternoon, a large group of anti-Israel protesters occupied the U.S. Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C. Protesters are demanding and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza as they chanted while holding banners and signs, "Jews ceasefire now." The U.S. Capitol Police made multiple arrests as demonstrations are not allowed in congressional buildings. The House of Representatives is still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure his 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote earlier today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. A speaker has not been elected.
22 Republicans voted against Jordan. Currently, the House is in recess. This leaves it without a leader at a crucial time when Congress must address government funding before mid-November and conflicts continue in the Middle East and Ukraine. A court staffer is facing charges after approaching former President Trump during his New York City fraud trial. The Daily News reports the employee entered the courtroom where Trump was sitting with his two sons. She allegedly walked towards the front of the room and yelled something at Trump, with the State Office of Administration saying she mentioned assisting him. Court officers stopped the staffer before she got too close, and she was charged with second-degree contempt of court and placed on administrative leave while the investigation plays out. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Police in Maryland and Virginia have noted a rise in the theft of airbags from motor vehicles. Thieves have been targeting Honda models, as nearly 24 of these were broken into in Arlington last May. Airbags have become popular on the black market due to their price. Buying one from a dealership or store costs an average of $1,000. Authorities recommend putting a steering wheel lock in place to deter this theft. A comprehensive study spanning nearly 2 decades reveals a connection between adult ADHD and dementia. Researchers from Rutgers University found that adults with ADHD have a notably higher likelihood of developing dementia in their later years. Some new users of social media sites are going to have to pay up.
Ex-users who open new accounts in the Philippines and New Zealand are now being charged to use the social media site. The X platform, formerly known as Twitter, says the $1 yearly charge is a way to fight bot accounts. A bot account is unmanned and does nothing but post all day, usually promoting a product or political narrative. I'm Lance Pry.
Ultra-processed foods are deemed as addictive as nicotine, cocaine, and heroin by experts. A comprehensive analysis of 281 studies revealed that a startling 14% of adults are dependent on UPFs, which have been associated with cognitive decline, cancer, psychological distress, and even premature mortality. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Cue the microphone, lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Everybody ready to roll. Hey, as we make it through Hump Day, that means it's Friday Eve. At least in my neck of the woods. Time zone to time zone, yeah, we'll make our way into the 19th day of October, Friday Eve. So weekend... it will indeed be here before you know it. All right, lots to cover as we kick things off. Thank you so much for joining us out of the box. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Back-to-back clear nights outside the Secret Bunker, 49 at this hour. Just past the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Weather map is My, about the clearest I've seen as far as any sort of advisories, watches, warnings, not really seen any frost or freeze advisories like we've seen over the past week. That's going to be changing big time next week. We'll give you just a teaser. They're looking at some of the models right now depicting a big cool down out west and maybe our first significant snowmaker in some of the higher elevations, Rockies, the Sierra Nevada maybe for the first time, getting involved there in California. Only thing we do see on the map is actually it's been rather hot, downright hot out west. And Phoenix looking at triple-digit highs once again the next couple of days. Still have some heat advisories along the coastal areas through central and southern California. That is about it. Now, we do have a frontal system that's bringing some rains through the UP of Michigan down through western portions of lower Michigan. Got some rain in the Chicago area at this hour. Most of this light to moderate rainfall. That front then extends right down through central western portions of Illinois. Rain should be winding down in a bit there in Bloomington, Illinois. Initial line of rain just now pushing east of St. Louis. Things tail off in northwestern Arkansas. There will be some additional showers pushing through because you've got some light rain in portions of Iowa and northern Missouri tonight. That is a frontal system that will be the culprit ultimately for our East Coast storm. This system, as it's pushing through the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley regions at this hour, it's pretty starved for moisture. But as it gets closer to the East Coast, it will begin to tap in some Gulf and Atlantic moisture. And ultimately, a new storm is going to develop off the East Coast of the USA. Now, they're describing it as a vigorous storm. Dropping southeast across the Midwest on through Thursday into Friday. It'll pick up steam as it pivots toward the eastern seaboard, though. As the storm reaches the Appalachians, it begins to harvest some of that moisture from the Gulf and Atlantic. Then from Friday to Saturday, the storm will transfer its energy to the Atlantic coast. New storm will form, evolving into a nor'easter as it tracks northward toward New England Saturday into Sunday this upcoming weekend. Much of the East Coast storm rainfall will bypass the central states. More widespread drought conditions will continue there. We're going to see a little bit of rain over the Ohio Valley, the western slopes of the Appalachians. Rainfall trends will be upward from the eastern slopes of the Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic coast, with the biggest amounts 1 to 2 inches of rain locally, 3 to 4 inches in New England, New Brunswick, and eastern Quebec Friday through Sunday. Now, for New York City and other areas in the Northeast, this may end up being the 7th weekend in a row where rain falls either Saturday or Sunday or both days. Right now, it looks like the wettest period's actually going to be from Friday to Saturday there in the Big Apple. You may find some flooding in poor drainage areas and difficulties with your commutes. Further south along the 95, Philadelphia to D.C. to Norfolk, Virginia, the rain from this storm will tend to be progressively more just like showers in nature, not a whole lot, no washout. Friday probably going to be the soggiest day. Some sporadic urban flooding possible. A sweep of dry air may end the rain from southwest to northeast by the time we get into Saturday. From north of New York City to, say, Boston and across much of Maine, wettest time will occur Friday to Saturday night. But you're going to also be contending with some gusty winds, even as the rain diminishes on Sunday. Again, as this system kind of evolves into an actual nor'easter. Meanwhile, we do have a new tropical system named Tropical Storm Tammy that developed over the central Atlantic Wednesday evening. We're up to the 19th named storm for the Atlantic hurricane season. It's going to impact some of the islands in the northeastern Caribbean. Before making a course, we're not going to be concerned about it at all here in the U.S. coastal areas. It's going to remain technically east of Bermuda, just kind of taking a path, eventually moving westerly now, but it'll move northwest, then north, and then head out to the open seas of the Atlantic. But packing winds sustained at 40 miles per hour as of the 8 p.m. Eastern update from the National Hurricane Center. It's racing westward at 23 miles per hour there in the central Atlantic. Now, they expect Tammy's going to maintain this organization as a tropical storm through the end of the week and into next week, as the atmospheric conditions will be pretty much favorable to sustain this system. But those steering winds will continue to direct Tammy to the west, similar to the track that former Tropical Storm Sean followed last week, on into the weekend, eventually, again, making that move near the Leeward Islands in the northeast Caribbean over the weekend. It'll turn more toward the north and then actually to the northeast by early next week. So we're still naming storms, but no concerns here for the lower 48. And lastly, yes, we still deal with the heat out west. It's been a hot summer in Phoenix. Monday, you hit 105. The forecast tells us we may actually make a run at 105 degrees once again today, Thursday. The daily record for the day ahead is 101. So we could set yet another record here Thursday. More record-challenging highs Friday as well as Saturday. Each day looking to hit 100 degrees, probably every day through Saturday. So forecasters say, here you go. The big pattern change, though, is coming up next week that will put an end to the unseasonable heat, a big dip in the jet stream across the western U.S. Temperatures will come down as much as 25 degrees compared to the highs this week. It's going to feel more fall-like next week. There are some early indications. The first significant snow may occur next week across the mountainous areas in that region, including, as I mentioned a bit ago, the Sierra Nevada. A heavy snowfall is possible with plummeting temperatures and gusty winds for portions of the northern Rockies, as the coldest air of the season so far is going to move in later next week. So it won't be long before you'll be chaining up to make your way across some of those higher elevation passes out west. Meanwhile, we still do not have a Speaker of the House. It's looking very much more likely that Jim Jordan will not be the Speaker. He actually got fewer votes in Wednesday's vote than he got on Tuesday. It's the opposite of what they anticipated. So we'll break it down. Where do we go from here? What a mess, what a mess. Meanwhile, I was talking to Horse Feathers a bit earlier. He said, hey, we saw about 5 o'clock yesterday morning, prices at the pump made a pretty significant jump. I believe he said we went from $4.09 on diesel, a jump into $4.35 per gallon. Again, in the early morning hours there, Wednesday continued through the day. He said, what's going on? Is it the Middle East thing? Yes, according to Reuters, oil prices jumped about 2% to a 2-week high on Wednesday on a bigger than expected U.S. storage draw and concerns about global supplies after Iran called for an oil embargo over the Israel-Gaza conflict. Brent futures up $1.60 per barrel at $91.50. West Texas Intermediate up $1.66, or 1.9% at $88.32. At their season highs, both benchmarks were up more than $3 a barrel. The session highs, rather. So at one point up $3 a barrel, came down a bit by the end of the day. Energy Information Administration said energy firms pulled 4.5 million barrels of crude from stockpiles during the week ending October 13th. That was much higher than the 0.3 million barrel draws that analysts had forecast. Going back to Tuesday, the American Petroleum Institute reported a 4.4 million barrel drop. This is the fourth crude storage decline in 5 weeks' time, far exceeded the 1.7 million barrel weekly draw a year ago, and compares with a 5-year average build of 2.5 million barrels. Supplies declined 0.8 million barrels at the Cushing storage facility there in Oklahoma to the lowest level since October of 2014. I mean, we're going back nearly 10 years. This is prompting concerns about the quality of oil remaining at the delivery point for U.S. oil futures. The biggest concern in this report is Cushing, Oklahoma. We are drawing that down to dangerously low levels that should be supportive for the entire complex, according to Phil Flynn, analyst at Price Futures Group. Flynn noted prices surged to session highs after the Iranian foreign minister urged an oil embargo on Israel after hundreds of Palestinians were killed in that blast at the hospital in Gaza. But the facts, it takes time for the facts to come out. We knew 24 hours ago Israel was saying that was not us, that was initially they said Hamas. The facts, the actual video and audio confirmation were released this past day by the Israeli Defense Forces, pretty much proving the fact Israel did not strike that hospital. So OPEC countries not planning to take any immediate action on Iran's call, according to sources from the producer group speaking to Reuters. Of course, we know Jordan canceled that summit that they were supposed to host with Joe Biden and the Egyptian and Palestinian leaders. Biden was in Israel this past day, pledging solidarity with Israel. Now, he did actually back Israel's account that militants there caused that hospital blast. This turn of diplomatic fortunes, again, garners fear of the conflict spreading and therefore the leap in oil prices. Now, oil prices also drew support by official data showing faster than expected economic growth in China, which is the world's biggest importer of oil. In the U.S., the world's biggest consumer, higher than expected September retail sales spurred expectations of another interest rate hike by the end of the year. These rate hikes to curb inflation can slow economic growth and ultimately reduce oil demand. But the latest round of U.S. and Chinese data suggests the world's two largest economies are supportive for steady or rising crude demand. So there's your numbers from the Oil Price Information Service. I did not get out and about to see if we saw a 20, 30-cent jump per gallon in our region of the country over the past day. But all right, who did we have? Scrapyard. He had dialed us up, and I saw your message. It disappeared from the screen. I'm trying to remember. He was given a heads up. I-40, Arkansas, I believe he said westbound about the 47-mile marker. He had just squeezed through, whether it was an accident, and the first responders were just arriving on the scene as he was able to skirt his way through. So probably going to see a full shutdown there. I-40 westbound at 47-mile markers. So maybe you can give me a confirmation there, give us a heads up. But thank you so much. Just passing that on for the audience out there. Thank you, Scrapyard. All right, underway. Here comes a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, before we get to some of the industry headlines, let me jump right over to the hospital explosion there in Gaza. As the Israeli military on Wednesday shared audio in which it claims Hamas terrorists admitted to bombing the hospital accidentally. As we know, the rocket blasting the hospital that was packed with wounded and other Palestinians seeking shelter, killing hundreds. Now, although protesters blaming Israel took to the streets throughout the Arab world, the Israelis said the blast was caused by a failed rocket launch by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group. The Islamic Jihad is separate from Hamas, but they kind of fight alongside Hamas there in Gaza. IDF said Islamic Jihad struck a hospital, not the IDF. Listen to the terrorists as they realize this themselves. Israel said their radar and independent video depicted the misfired rocket from a barrage that caused the large explosion as it hit the hospital. In the recording being translated by IDF translators, one person is heard asking, "Is it from us?" Someone replies, "It looks like it." The purported members of Islamic Jihad then are heard acknowledging that the missiles' shrapnel are what they described as, quote, local pieces, not Israeli shrapnel, from the rockets fired from the cemetery behind the hospital. One of them says, "But God bless, it couldn't have found another place to explode." U.S. analysis of the available data indicates Israel is not responsible for the explosion, according to a spokeswoman from the White House National Security Council. That assessment based on U.S. analysis of overhead imagery, intercepts, and open source information. The president, Joe Biden, while visiting Israel, said the massive explosion at the hospital appeared to have been caused by Israel's foes. Speaking alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, Biden said, "I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion of the hospital in Gaza yesterday, and based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there that aren't sure, so we've got a lot of things to overcome." Now, he later did say his comment was based on information he had been shown by the U.S. Department of Defense. He didn't elaborate. So that's where things stand there. But you know, the mainstream media throughout the past day trying to actually incite the likes of the Islamic world, the Arab world, to protest the day of outrage. You continue to even have the likes of world leaders, Justin Trudeau, still trying to point the finger of blame at Israel. And surely by now you've heard that hundreds converged on the U.S. Capitol this past day. Was that an insurrection when hundreds of people entered the Capitol Rotunda, actually causing a disturbance? It's not illegal for visitors to come into the Capitol Rotunda, but it does become illegal when you cause a disturbance. They had to call in law enforcement. The Capitol Police had called in backup. They called in Washington's Metropolitan Police, and they called in officers from Virginia. Some of the lawmakers who have offices in the Cannon House office building, chiding the demonstrators. This report says approximately 300 were ultimately arrested by Capitol Police. This large-scale demonstration, which was kind of spearheaded by none other outside the Capitol. Hundreds had gathered, and none other than Rashida Tlaib was the one firing up the protesters. And ultimately, again, many of them entering the Capitol building. Rashida Tlaib, of course, continuing to blame Israel for blowing up the hospital there in Gaza. But all right, lots to cover here. We'll get to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
I wanted to be here today. I wanted the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. That is our number, and lines are available. What's on your mind this Thursday morning? Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning. It's that time of the year. He says, when I get to pretend that 5 pounds of candy I'm buying is actually for the trick-or-treaters. Yeah, we all get our I actually restocked my little candy supply last evening. All right, 5-7, copy the mail. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Any idea when the live chat will work on Rumble? That I have no idea. I didn't realize it wasn't or didn't work. But okay, well, thanks for the heads up. I get the stream here, and I don't tune in via the likes of Rumble because I'm doing the thing live. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. 54, of course, cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan once again. We did make it up to 63 Wednesday, little more sunshine. Hey, if anyone encounters vampires this Halloween, be as rude as you can to them. They hate bad blood. Everybody stay safe, especially if you're out there on the roads. Hello, Hillbilly. I hope the princess had a good birthday. Yes, indeed she did. She got my daughter and my mom took her out to her favorite dining establishment, had a few drinks, and had a good time. And let's see, rolling up I-71 to Columbus, Ohio. Have a great show. Everybody stay safe. Keep it between the lines. Oh, and has anyone heard from the Monkey Gouger? I have not heard directly from him. We should, in short order, I presume, hear from the Monkey Gouger, right? I mentioned last evening that he had posted several hours before showtime. I guess he bagged himself a nice buck. I'm assuming his granddad Pig was out there with him. But good catch he had there. Hello to Frank. Good morning to all. Dan checks in. Good morning from Wisconsin. Hello, Miss Millie. All the listeners out there. Clear in my area of the Bluegrass. Everybody stay safe out there. Be blessed. Gilligan is on board. A starlit cool night in Buchanan, Virginia. 48. Back on the road after battling what seemed to be a 24-hour crud. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So you had the bug too, huh? Michigan Madman, good morning. From the Michigan Madman, I hope I'll be able to call into the show again someday. But it will all get better from here on out. Good to hear from you there, Michigan Madman. Good afternoon, Larry Hammerdown. Be safe. It's round 3 to Schenectady, New York. Get done today, then I'm off till Monday night. We're going to be headed over to the Red, White, and Blue Barbecue Competition in Jackson, New Jersey at the Butterfly Camping Resort for Saturday and Sunday. Doing a master comp on Saturday and my backyard on Sunday. Morning, Pappy, 50 degrees. Harrison, Ohio, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Time to crank it up. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Join in on the overnight drive. It's times like this, it's imperative to get the real and honest news. It's times like this, it's imperative we discuss what's happening to our country and what's going on around the world. Time to get real. Are you with me? Very good. John checking in. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Let's have a safe night out here. Yes, indeed. Bidu checking in. Good morning to all. So everybody says hello as we kick things off here on a Thursday morning. Jeffrey from New York City, ready for another amazing show tonight here, Steve. You never disappoint. All right, thank you much. And one more. Let's see what Buckeye Boys got going on a little bit here. From Ackworth, Georgia. Made it back from Ohio. Kind of relaxing for a day other than office work. Getting ready for my granddaughter's wedding Saturday. During the Ohio State game, I'll be listening and watching on my phone when I can. And then Kathy's brother and his wife coming to visit on Sunday. You got another busy weekend planned? Going to have dinner with the stepson and his family Sunday, play some golf maybe on Monday. Not going to be driving for the next week or two because the truck has got to get some body work done. We were on our way back from Amelia Island a week ago Sunday. I was in the process of passing a car when, after checking twice in my mirror and putting my signal on, I started getting back to the right lane when wham! The moron I was passing had sped up, and it was in my blind spot. I guess I hit him on the left rear, their vehicle with the front right of mine. When he hit my headlights, went out for about 5 seconds, and neither Kathy or I could see any of their lights. Even thought they were right beside us. Even though they were right beside us, I was pushing them some. I got away from them, then had to go almost a half mile before I could get over. I'm pretty convinced they had turned their lights off. I was told by the state patrol that they were okay. I was given a citation for improper lane change. No court, no fine, but an insurance claim. Now, Steve, I've driven over 2 million miles, no accidents. I'm really hacked off. Even though there was not a lot of damage to my truck, it'll drive okay, but I pride myself in how my truck looks, so I want to get things fixed. Final footnote, yes, Tlaib hates Jewish people. She should be removed from Congress for inciting riot and lying. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Yes, be careful out there. Hate it when those kind of things happen out there, but all right, Knucklebuster chimes in here out of the box on a Thursday. So you dozed off on us last night in Las Vegas, or were you actually in the poker room gambling your money away?
No, I was in the bunk sleeping there. Father Steve, forgive me for I have sinned. I went to sleep on you 2 nights in a row.
I noticed.
Yeah, I know you did there. Well, please forgive me. I'll be up all night tonight, so I'm going to call in more than once there. You know, I make pretty good money as a truck driver, Steve, and President Biden's trying to take all of it now there. I got a cousin that lives out there in Phoenix. She needs to be sweating off some of that body fat there, right? She's a little short, chunky girl there, but that's all right. But she's got a mouth on her too, so she'd make a good truck driver there. I was curious, had they ever fixed that bridge down there in Philadelphia, Mississippi? Oh, excuse me, I'm at Pennsylvania.
I'm not sure. I presume they have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I read an article today on the AP that Arkansas ordered this Chinese company's subsidiary to divest itself of all of its agricultural land, see? And they got 2 years to get out of the state of Arkansas there. So, and that'd be a good thing there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to be owning any property over here. I read where the Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit was en route to the waters off of Israel there. That reminds me back on USS Iwo Jima back in '76 when I was in. We were off the coast of Lebanon over there, and we went in and pulled out 300 American citizens over there. So that's my war hero story. And they claim that Biden didn't make Israel-Palestinian talks a priority. So the Arab leaders are saying he's the reason all this is going on, see? So I don't know. I guess Biden gets blamed for everything, right?
Well, yeah, in this day and age, by the Arab world for sure.
Yep. And Tennessee told me that Tommy Tuberville fell. He made fun of Biden falling, so he accidentally had a fall too. She grew up with him, and I can't tell you what all she says about him. Well, I can't say it on the air anyway. This lawyer told me, that's my lawyer, speeding, keep it under 30 mile an hour over the speed limit or under 100. 30 plus and 100 plus will get you carried to jail every time. Now, that's not every state. I don't know. It may be in every state. I don't know. But I know it's in Mississippi. They'll lock you up in a heartbeat there, right? All right, I'm over here at the hacienda right now, Steve. I'm going to jump in here and get some fuel. And I'd give Heatwave a shout out, but I don't want to wake him up there. He might be awake. Is he awake tonight?
I'm not sure if he's on the road tonight or not.
Me neither. So, but anyway, I won't call and ask him for a free bed tonight. So, anyway, Monkey Gouger, please call in. We miss you, brother. All right, I'll call you a little later on, Steve, after I get some of this number 2 push water in this truck and get on down the road.
All right. Wave a hand, tip a hat there to the heat wave as you roll through Albuquerque there in New Mexico this morning. Hello, Debbie, Indiana. Morning, Steve. A nice 56 here in the Hoosier. Only about 64 today. Hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday. Very good. I think this is a pretty significant industry headline. We're all familiar with the company known as Convoy, the digital startup Convoy. The business founded by former Amazon.com executives that had drawn a star-studded lineup of tech investors. This past day, they have suspended operations and they're winding down their core business as it seeks alternatives that might include selling their technology. According to those familiar with the matter, Convoy, which raised $260 million in a funding round last year, that valued the business at $3.8 billion this past day, told employees in an email that they would stop accepting shipments until further notice, that they were rescheduling or canceling existing loads. Now, Convoy, they match loads to available trucks. It's one of the largest in a slew of technology-driven companies that have started up in the past decade, looking to make what they call freight marketplaces more efficient. Some of their customers have included some major companies, including the likes of Home Depot, consumer goods companies, Procter & Gamble, Unilever, the drink business, Anheuser-Busch. Early investments came from vehicles backed by the likes of Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, former U.S. Vice President Al Gore. Back in 2018, the company said that U2's lead singer Bono and the guitarist The Edge were also investors. Now, they said in announcing their Series E funding round in April of last year that their technology linked shippers and freight brokers to some 400,000 trucks on the shipping sector's spot market. Dan Lewis is the chief executive officer and co-founder of Convoy. Now, here's what's going on. Craig Fuller chimes in, stating, why would anyone celebrate these situations? It is so sad. Even if someone could be avoided, it isn't something to celebrate. We're talking many frontline workers losing their jobs, the holidays just around the corner with families to support. Yet why are some people cheering? Early investments, he explains, came from vehicles backed by Microsoft's co-founder Bill Gates, as I mentioned, Bezos, Gore. A lot of people hate Bill Gates and Al Gore. I mean, even Bezos is not particularly well-liked either. But it's not like Bill Gates, Al Gore, or Jeff Bezos is going to be hurt by this. It's hardly going to matter to them at all. Meanwhile, housing is in the gutter. Auto companies are on strike. Inflation is soaring. Mortgage rates are at 8%. And there's excess capacity in the shipping business. He goes into the housing numbers. He said, this is a crash. Existing home sales are down 35.8% in 2.5 years. Existing home sales are back to a level we haven't seen since the mid-1970s. And if there's a decline next month, which is highly likely, existing home sales will drop to a 12-year low. This is a transaction crash, not a price crash. But consider the impact on the trucking industry. When people don't buy homes, they're not buying carpet or new appliances or lawnmowers or paint or starting families. Family formation impacts clothes for toddlers, toys, and playground equipment. In addition, the auto strike means autos and parts don't get shipped. For anyone cheering the demise of Convoy, you're actually cheering for a recession and job losses. Now, I know I've covered, over all these years, from the very beginning, when Convoy was becoming a startup. I mean, it seems more like, isn't it more like a brokerage kind of thing? There's plenty of those options out there, but so sounds like, times, obviously, slow freight. Times are tough in the trucking biz. Add that one to the list. All right, get back with more of your calls into here on a Thursday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
Philippines.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what's going on, Hillbilly? I'm sorry, 5'7". Hillbilly's on the line there. 5'7". There you go.
Hey, I've been accused as such, being up there in West Virginia for 25 years. You know, I got cussed out like that one time from a guy up in New Jersey. But he added a word at the head of it that sounded a lot like trucking.
Ah, you blanking hillbilly.
And I just stood there and I thought, I have arrived. I can go home now and be. Had a bizarre situation. I come to the shop. I had lights on this trailer I needed fixed. Matter of fact, Rick Friend was on the phone. He calls me about 8:50. He drops his wife off, and we talk until he gets back to the house. Well, he's on there, and my Mexican mechanics come up there, and they're not working on my lights, but they both come up, and they go, "Are we going to go to war?" I go, I don't know. He goes, "Who should we support? Hezbollah or Israel?" And I said, "You know what? I'm still under orders. I'm not supposed to talk politics in this shop." These are the mechanics that almost 2.5 years ago, when Trump was in office, that got me fired. I mean, they weren't going to work because they were mad at me.
Wow.
Because I was standing up for Trump's policy, an American being told not to speak freely about his country's politics. So that was interesting. So I'm standing here, I'm trying not, are you trying to entrap me? What's, you're just suspicious, Well, hold on a second. I think I'm going to take off a Western Express bumper here. I got a car on one side, and he's got his nose in the road. There you go. He tried to put it in reverse. They come up to me, and they're asking me these questions, and Rick Friend's hollering out in my ear. He's going, "Hey, tell them that they're starting a draft." But I've heard that they're rethinking the draft. I do remember hearing that somewhere, and because they're not getting the quotas in our military. So I did make mention. Well, they are rethinking the draft, and I swear these guys look like you turned white. They go, "How old is the draft? How old you got to be for the draft?" I said, "Well, that I know of, it's 18 to." And Rick goes, 18 to 35. But I think Rick over here says 18 to 35, and he claims he's 29. He's freaking out. He's saying, "I don't know if I could go to war." And I said, "Well," I said, "you're a mechanic. And not everybody goes into the military, has to grab a rifle
Right.
or a trained mechanic.
Sure.
I said, and if you want to go in as Coast Guard. You speak Spanish. Guard our nation's southern borders. I mean, that's one way to do it. But, and then he goes on to this, and he says something that I cannot believe. He says, well, we've got to do something about the border. I'm not saying nothing here, because that is exactly what got me in trouble. And he goes, he said, we've got to do something about the border. So I said, well, the only thing I'll say is, Hezbollah is probably already in our cities now. And he goes, I don't know about Hezbollah, but they got Colombians coming up through the border. And I said, well, what can I'm 66 years old. There's nothing I can do about it. And here's what he said. We need to ship them out. Where he said that. And that's exactly what I got in trouble for.
Oh, boy. So, yeah. All right. Well, we got to pause there. It is time for a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden has stated that it appears a Palestinian terrorist group is responsible for the explosion at a Gaza hospital that resulted in hundreds of casualties. Speaking in Tel Aviv earlier today, Biden emphasized that the U.S. stands unequivocally for the protection of all civilian lives during conflicts.
Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people. And I promise you, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that it will be.
Both the U.S. and Israel assert that a failed rocket launch by the Islamic Jihad terrorist group struck the hospital in Gaza City. However, Hamas disputes these claims. On Wednesday, a large group of anti-Israel protesters occupied the U.S. Capitol's rotunda in Washington, D.C., protesters demanding and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza as they chanted while holding banners and signs. Jews cease fire now. The U.S. Capitol Police has made multiple arrests as demonstrators are not allowed in the congressional buildings as per Capitol Police regulations. More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut. Joran Vandersloot confessed to killing Natalie Holloway after she rejected his advances. Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, is both shocked and relieved by the admission.
After 18 years, Natalie's case is solved. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Natalie, an 18-year-old celebrating her high school graduation in Aruba, went missing in 2005. Vandersloot was extradited from Peru to the U.S. to face charges of wire fraud and extortion. As part of the U.S. plea deal, Vandersloot was obligated to provide information about the circumstances of Holloway's death. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
SoFi Stadium, a potential venue for the 2026 World Cup, might be excluded due to a dispute between the LA Rams owner and FIFA. The conflict arises from the owner's reluctance to modify the stadium's playing surface to suit soccer's wider field dimensions. Some new users of a social media site are going to have to pay up.
Ex-users who open new accounts in the Philippines and New Zealand are now being charged to use the social media site. The X platform, formerly known as Twitter, says the $1 yearly charge is a way to fight bot accounts. A bot account is unmanned and does nothing but post all day, usually promoting a product or political narrative. I'm Lance Pry.
The Guttmacher Institute reported last week that facility-based abortions dropped 31% in July over the previous month in North Carolina. A pro-life law protecting unborn babies after 12 weeks of gestation went into effect there on July 1st. A 20-year-old study conducted by Rutgers reveals a significant correlation between adults with ADHD and a higher likelihood of developing dementia in later life. Following over 100,000 patients from 2003 to 2020, the research aimed to discern if individuals with ADHD were more susceptible to neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Approximately 3% of American adults grapple with ADHD. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go as we make our way into a Thursday. All right, Major League Baseball action. The battle in Texas, the American League Championship Series. Rangers went into the evening up 2-0. Astros fired up the bats, able to bounce back. So it is now Texas 2, Houston 1. as far as games are concerned. 8-5 was the final score. Houston was able to jump out to a 5-0 lead. Texas tried to come back, putting a couple runs on the board in the 5th, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. That's it. So final score, 8-5 there. Just the Phillies and the Diamondbacks will be back in action, where, of course, the Phillies are up in that series 2-0 over the Diamondbacks as well. I guess they're back in action tonight. I'm not sure. I'm guessing that's a primetime game, but hope your favorite team wins. I know Philly Dan. I know who he's pulling for, right? Hello to Kentucky Ken. All right, good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, we're kind of chilling at the Love's Travel Center in Newberry, South Carolina. Less than 50 miles to Columbia. We'll be rolling out at 0500 hours. Safe travels to all those out there. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, one step closer to the end of this particular tour, but as he explained the other night, he's going to be a short break before he's going to be right back out there on the road for a pretty lengthy tour. Danny said, is tonight's show a replay? The app says it is. No, it's not a replay. We are live 19th day of October. I do see replay of past shows. Why it says that, I don't know. I had to get a hold of Mindy. Couple things to ask. Hey, somebody was trying to explain to me that... Who asked about the live chat on Rumble? Steve, you can try to explain. Live chat is on Rumble. A couple of different ways. Easy way. Once you tap on Overnight Drive and you hear the show, to the right of the screen, there's 3 boxes. The top box is for chat. Box under that is either a thumbs up or a thumbs down. How dare they? Or you can tap on the show. Once you hear the show, tap on the box under the screen. That takes you to all the past shows, including the live show. Tap on the live show in red. The comment box is on the right side there. All right. Thank you for the explanation. All right. We're going to finish up with 5-7 here. Talking, not supposed to be talking politics at work, right? So no comment. But at some point, I guess one of his co-workers said, well, we need to ship him back. Yeah, you're darn tootin'. Senator James Langford this past day said 70,000 people, mostly from adversaries of the United States, have been stopped at the border in the last 2 years alone. The Oklahoma Republican said that Border Patrol is stopping a record number of special interest aliens. Special interest is from hostile countries like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria. These migrants have not checked in at the port of entry. They've been caught running between the ports of entry, being caught by the Border Patrol. But the Biden administration policy is just fingerprint them, then release them into the country and wait for their asylum hearing. So we've got 70,000 people. We have no idea who they are. We don't know their criminal background. They're in this country somewhere because the Biden team forced the Border Patrol to let them go. The Daily Mail noted special interest aliens include 6,386 Afghans, the country under control of the Taliban, 659 Iranian and Syrian nationals, 2 countries that back terrorist organizations like Hamas, another 13,624 from Uzbekistan, which shares a border with Afghanistan, have also attempted to enter the U.S. from the southern border with Mexico. All this as the broader crisis continues to build. There were an estimated 210,000 apprehensions last month, third highest number on record. Plus, there have already been more total apprehensions this year than we saw in 2022, which itself was a record. We've still got several months yet to go in 2023. All right, 5-7. There's your numbers. Ship them back, right? How the hell are we going to round them up? Where are you going to find them?
It seemed like they had a problem with Colombians. They kept talking. I don't understand that. It's in their culture, I guess. But, no, I'm thinking it's this. I'm thinking it's because of everything that's going on, and people are seeing this long line of people coming in. I think they're feeling the heat. You know, when they go out, because they're olive skin, Hispanic, dark hair. They look the part, and maybe they're catching the heat. It's not just the white community, because they're getting jobs in the sawmills and they're doing, they're working. It's not unusual in South Carolina to see during the harvest season or the planting season, and then it sort of thins out. But now you go to Walmart, they're there, and I treat everybody with respect. Number one, Jesus Christ, Him crucified, and you got to treat everybody with love. But I'm really thinking they're feeling the heat because of the, like I said, I was talking, and just, hey, the question, I guess I'd put anybody else. Am I the only one out there that's dealing one-on-one with Hispanic people? What's their attitude? Because really, they have not said a word in the last 2 years. It's just all of a sudden, boom. They do got Spanish-speaking stations down.
Oh, yeah, all over the Southeast. All right, 5-7, where you're, I don't know if he's heading down the hill or into the swamp or where he's at, but kind of breaking up. And thank you for checking in here. I can give you some good news here. I-25 been shut down since Sunday. Looks like the southbound did indeed reopen this past day. So we got the reopening of the southbound side, and the plans are to have northbound reopened by sometime Thursday afternoon or Thursday evening. This is 25 near Pueblo, Colorado, closed between mile marker 110 and 101. That was after the train derailment Sunday that took the life of one truck driver. The governor of Colorado announced it. The portion reopened on Wednesday afternoon. Southbound 25 indeed reopened. The governor also announced the northbound side to reopen by Thursday afternoon. The detours, which I was mentioning last evening, I wasn't sure what kind of a headache this thing had been causing. Detours around the closure had been creating delays of up to 2 hours for some drivers. Of course, the initial investigation showed that a damaged portion of rail was responsible for this derailment. No idea when the train track will be operational once again, but they're going to have to rebuild that bridge over 25 there. Half of it came down on the interstate, actually onto the truck driver there. So, all right, break out your crayons so you can mark your calendar. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance releasing dates for next year's truck inspection and enforcement blitzes. International Road Check, the big one, 72 hours, scheduled for May the 14th through the 16th. That's the Compliance Enforcement Educational Initiative, described as the largest targeted enforcement program on commercial vehicles around the world. Operation Safe Driver Week, July the 7th through the 13th. That's the annual one-week enforcement educational campaign targeting unsafe driving by both passenger and commercial vehicle drivers. Then you've got your big Brake Safety Week that'll be coming up August 25th through the 31st. We just shared the numbers last evening on the program. They released the number of, I think, 12%, just over 12% of vehicle inspections had out-of-service brake issues in this year's Brake Safety Week. Then, of course, there's always an unannounced CVSA Brake Safety Day that can happen any time during the year. So some of the dates you may want to circle for 2024. All right, there's Hillbilly. What's going on tonight?
Morning, Steve. You were talking horse feathers about the fuel prices. Jeffersonville, Ohio is still the same, $4.07 a gallon.
Okay.
I just got fuel this evening. I was watching Fox News this afternoon when I got up, and they were showing a clip of CNN interviewing one of the rallies guys, and let's let him get a word edgewise from Tuesday for the hospital blaming Israel. And then they went to a live feed of they were interviewing the Fox was, and he was saying he doesn't understand how American media works, that they're blaming them before all the facts was in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, welcome to the media size over here. But I mean, they were still, I kind of flipped channels a little bit. CNN was still blaming Israel even after the facts come in, they're saying that most likely it was Hamas who dropped that missile on that hospital by accident or on purpose or whatever. It's just amazing to me how even they already got their agenda set that they want to blame somebody and they're sticking with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But I don't know. It just, more I watch it, more I'm thinking. There's a YouTube video I saw, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Guy asked, when is World War III going to start? I think it was like March 25th of 2024. I'm thinking, more of the things are building up. I thought that was a joke, but it sure is looking like it, ain't it? Well, everything's going on in the world.
Absolutely. Yep. Trying times.
Oh, it is. Well, Steve, have a good rest of your show. I just want to chime in. I haven't called in a while.
All right. Thank you much, Hillbilly. Appreciate you checking in here.
Have a good night.
All right. You got it. You did the same there. Yep. Woodpecker chimed in a couple of comments this past day via the email bag. Yeah, he's listened. I don't know if he was listening to the podcast or just chiming in about last night's program, but he said the information from the typical media on bombings and deaths in the Gaza area are just as sketchy as Biden's political past. Now, Bongino, which Pappy was talking about last, Bongino pretty much has a rule of waiting a day before he responds to allegations of any type. It almost always shows how the typical left-leaning media pushes whatever narrative they want rather than the actual truth. As you, Pappy, and other callers have stated, no one in their right mind would consider a deliberate bombing of a hospital to be okay by any stretch. So much damage being caused by social media these days. It has to be considered a weapon. As Eagle and others have said, our open border situation is only a way to drive our country to erosion from the inside out by some who actually want to see this country fall. Anyway, thank you so much for your show and giving us hope out here. Then he did also chime in. He said, Carl had asked about how heat wave may be going to Walmart in the Albuquerque area. The distribution center for Walmart is in that area is currently a third-party site, meaning the drivers in that D.C. are contracted from other trucking companies. While many D.C.s are going all private fleet, like the D.C. here in Gas City, Indiana, not all have been changed over yet. So just wanted to share that. Everybody have a great night. Keep your heads on a swivel. That is correct. And we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, no Speaker of the House, no siree. 22 Republicans in the House declined to vote for Jim Jordan. They held another vote on if House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan should become the leader of the House. Not enough Republicans voted for him. Of course, after 15 days now without a Republican leader in the House, Jordan picked up 199 votes. The Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, 212 votes, 22 lawmakers voting for someone other than Jordan or Jeffries. Most of those who voted for others were either McCarthy or Scalise. I see a vote for Byron Donalds. Let's see, Mike Garcia, Zeldin. Somebody voted for Candace Miller. Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania actually voted for John Boehner. The former Speaker of the House, John Boehner. Refresh me, didn't Boehner kind of leave in disgrace? And being a Cincinnati native, I think Boehner has got a pretty good reputation in this town for being, let's just say having some problems with alcohol. That's kind of third-party news, but yeah. So, and Bruce Westerman of Arkansas, somebody voted for him. They had a vote for Majority Whip Tom Emmer. I don't know. So where the heck do we go from here? There were two representatives that did not vote for McCarthy in Tuesday's vote that did vote for him today, but then four others that actually had voted for him Tuesday that changed their votes for the Wednesday vote. What I'm seeing right now, it looks like Jordan says he's going to stick around maybe for one more vote today. He's spent the evening continuing to try to shore up the votes. But given the size of the no on Jim votes, it looks like it's obviously going to be an uphill climb. Should Jim bow out here? For the 221 Republicans, the most closely divided House, what do we do from there? The likeliest scenario, according to sources in the Republican conference, said shortly after the vote this past day, was to empower the Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry, who's in charge right now, but he doesn't have the power to bring anything to the floor, right? To give him the power, the full powers of the office for 15 days. Under the House rules, this would permit the members to proceed with critical measures like funding the government when the present continuing resolution expires next month, and also aid to Israel in this moment of crisis. Problem with this scenario, according to the same source, is kind of twofold. The idea of McHenry as an empowered speaker was originally proposed over the weekend by several Democrat members of the House Problem Solvers Caucus, which fueled some distrust among many Republicans. And McHenry himself, who turns 48 on Sunday, he's a policy guy who prefers the chairmanship of the House Financial Services Committee to be in coalitions with it. The other name increasingly mentioned as maybe temporary speaker is that of the House Rules Committee Chairman Tom Cole of Oklahoma. At 74 years old, 10-term Cole is well-liked by most of his colleagues, and he also has many friends on the Democrat side of the aisle. Now, Dan Muser of Pennsylvania said, I would vote for Tom in a minute after Jim Jordan. Now, should this temporary speaker thing, workaround, fail to come to fruition, the Republican conference would almost certainly try to nominate another candidate. The names most frequently mentioned are those of House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, House Republican Study Committee Chairman Kevin Hern. So the list of names kind of goes on. And I have a sneaky suspicion, just based on the fact that Jordan garnered fewer votes today than he did on Tuesday, that's probably going to be the case. But day after day, no speaker, as the world is watching. All right, we'll get back to the calls right after the news break here.
USA News Update. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
I wanted to be here today. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we've got more to cover as far as the Middle East is concerned. Let's get closer to home, though, as the United Auto Workers strike continues. And some analysts are saying it's reaching the danger zone. From the local Fox affiliate there in Detroit this past day, the ripple effects continue to spread further through the auto sector, hampering the industry, threatening to put some suppliers out of business completely. According to one economic forecaster, the UAW strike, he used the words, has reached the danger zone. As idle production lines cease building vehicles, the smaller firms that contribute to the supply chain could be on the chopping block. Meanwhile, the Detroit Big Three are diverting more resources toward labor negotiations. We mentioned last evening Stellantis pulling out of the annual trade show in Las Vegas. At this point, I don't see a winner in this strike getting longer. According to Patrick Anderson of the Anderson Economic Group, this is not a good way to stay in charge. This is a good way to lose your leadership. We look bad in front of consumers. We look bad in front of other members of the industry. The rhetoric talking about car companies like they're our enemies is very unfortunate. But he delved into the suppliers. One of the darker omens for the auto industry is now that the length of the strike has entered its second month. Some of the smaller companies that contribute to the assembly plants that build the vehicles could go out of business. On day 34 yesterday of the stand-up strike, it's the manufacturers that make the plastic and metal parts for Ford, GM, Stellantis vehicles that now risk running out of money. So they cover the gamut. They're not necessarily mom and pop, but they are small business. Smaller numbers of employees. According to some surveys that they referenced, a third of suppliers are in some form of financial difficulty right now. Anderson also warned that some vehicle models may have hit the point of no return right now. If we don't get to work right away, I don't think there's going to be entire production lines on the chopping block. While some of the flagship models like the F-150 Ford, the Chevy Silverado will undoubtedly remain, smaller crossover vehicles may not make it through the strike. To date, in total, the strike has hit the industry with $7.5 billion in losses. About 30% of that is in Michigan. About half of those losses came out of Detroit's big three automakers' profits. For Michigan in particular, in the auto industry that's centered here, we've already had a lot of damage done, but we're in the danger zone in terms of being able to sustain all the investments that we have and all the businesses that we currently have. All right. Another day, 35 now, I believe. All right, see what's going on with Eagle this morning. Hey there, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm back on the deal. Still out here rolling. Truck stop right now, but yeah, another day, Steve. Another $100 million down the drain. You see what your president did today?
Yeah, well, it's $100 million he wants to give to Gaza. He wants to, because it's going to go to help the civilians there. Did you see that he's wanting $60 billion for Ukraine?
$1 billion? No, I didn't hear. Are you serious? He wants $60 billion for the next payment to Ukraine?
$60 billion for Ukraine and $100 million for humanitarian aid in the Gaza. That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. These numbers are ridiculous, Steve. $60 billion. This is ridiculous. They're not making any progress in the war in Ukraine. Zelensky still hasn't told what he's doing. What is he spending this money on? We need to have receipts. We need to have some evidence that he is using this money for the war effort. Like I told you months ago, see, this money needs to come to an end. I don't understand why the U.S., like I said, Steve, I don't mind helping other countries. I don't know why the U.S. has to be the Miss Dr. Feelgood of the whole world. I want to know, like Trump said, Steve, when he was in the White House, what about these other countries, Steve? Where is the money coming from Canada and the Mexicos and the other countries going to the Ukraine, going to Israel? Where are these people? Are the U.S., are we the only suckers out there that are dumb enough to continue sending this money? This just makes no sense, Steve. It just totally makes no sense whatsoever. This guy, Joe Biden, this guy here is asleep. They need to come up with some kind of a rule, Steve. I guess the founders of America, when they first made up the rules and the laws about the president, they never thought. I guess they never thought that an individual like Joe Biden would end up in the White House. Or they would have. I guarantee you, they would have damn sure would have made some rules for it, because this guy here, Steve, is just disgusting. Like I said, the hell with the Congress, the hell with the people trying to vote. It's obvious that no, you're not going to get a group of individuals to stick together, whether Republicans or Democrats. But there should be a way. There should be a way that the people. He's the one. Joe Biden is the one who represents us. There should be a way that the people should be able to get a president out of the White House, Steve. Impeach him some way, somehow. Because this guy here, man, he's an embarrassment. Now today, he goes over to Israel. You mean, like I told you last night, Steve, he flew halfway around the damn world to do what he just did. he could have got a teleprompter in the damn White House and had a meeting over the phone with the president of Israel and gave money. He could have kept. He stayed right here in the U.S. to do that. All the jet fuel, he burned it up. And, you know, he had a fighter jet escort. Did you see that, Steve? When he left Israel, he had six fighter jets flying him out of Israel. And I wonder how much money that cost to get all them damn fighter jets to fly him out of. This guy is just unbelievable, Steve. This guy Joe Biden, it's just disgusting and sickening. And here's what I hope that the guy in Israel doesn't fall for Joe Biden's plan, Steve. He's just delaying the progress. They need to go in there, as Donald Trump liked to say when he was in the White House, and bomb the hell out of Hamas. Joe Biden talking about peace. There is no peace with those people, Steve. Those people only know one thing, and that's violence. The Hamas organization, and they need to be taken out, just like the president of Israel said. They need to be wiped off the face of the earth. This guy needs to get his military. It's been over a week now. He still ain't made no move. You know what he's doing, Steve? You want me to tell you what the president of Israel is doing? All he's doing is giving Hamas a chance to evacuate and get their people in other hiding places. So it's going to be even harder to find these people, because every day that he delays this invasion. Am I right or am I wrong with the delay that he's doing? All he's doing is giving them the opportunity to hide in other places. Am I right or wrong?
That would be affirmative. Yeah, that is correct.
That's what I'm saying. He needs to make a move immediately. To hell with all this talking and negotiating. There is no negotiating. Hamas, they showed you how much they want to negotiate when they blew up that hospital yesterday. And Joe Biden got the nerve to talk about he don't know who the hell did it. I know who did it. You ain't got to be no genius to do it. Israel didn't do it. I promise you they didn't do it, and nobody else did it. Hamas did it. They made an example out of those people in that hospital. So like I said before, Steve, they got to get this thing going. The hell with Joe Biden and his 2 cents advice, because it's worthless. You seen how it turned out in Afghanistan. You see what's going on in Taiwan. Joe Biden, his opinion means absolutely nothing to me. I could care less about that guy. You're flying all halfway around the world to do absolutely nothing. It's just a joke. And you can clearly see, Steve, I don't know if I looked at a video tonight before your show came on. You can clearly see that the people that work for Joe Biden, the Three Stooges, the black woman that's the speaker, I don't even like to say her name, and then the other guy that works for him, and I forgot what this guy's peeping around a corner as Joe Biden talks, one of Joe Biden's people, and they hoping and praying that Joe Biden doesn't say the wrong thing. They had to escort him off the stage once again before this guy says something that he doesn't want to, that they told him not to say. I've never seen a situation like this, Steve. This is real bad. So like I say, a lot of people are trying. If you putting your hopes on, like I heard Trump say today, Steve, if you putting your hopes on Joe Biden to keep us from getting into World War III, my man, you putting your money on the wrong man. Because if Joe Biden got anything to do with it, we'll be at war within the next few months, and your sons and daughters will be in war over there in the desert in the middle of nowhere, fighting over something that we have nothing to do with. If you depending on that guy, so like I told people, Steve, we need to do something to get this man out. And one other thing before this, like I told you last night about the Republican Party, Steve. Once again, they had a vote for Speaker of the House, and they still couldn't get the man in. The same way it happened a couple of months ago with the other man. I said this last night, and I thought I said it loud enough. If you call yourself a Republican, you need to vote Republican. If you got a problem with a man that's a Republican that wants to represent the Speaker, you need to move on to the Democratic, my man, and go ahead on. And next time they have an election for Congress in your state, just jump in the Democratic race, because we don't need you no more. I'm fed up with these people, Steve. They're holding up progress. There's no reason why every Republican should have this guy should have 100% Republican to get him in there and Speak of the House. For those people vote no and say that they're putting other people's names as some of these Republicans even voted for a Democrat. It makes absolutely no sense. If you feel that way, you need to get the hell out of the job and go back to the city or town where you live at and get reelected and go in as a Democrat. And one other thing I want to say, Steve, before I hang up with you, is this other situation with Tlaib. I talked to you about her last week. Once again, she rears her ugly face. It's clear that she's a sympathizer with the Hamas and the Palestine movement. She needs to be kicked out of Congress immediately. Stop playing games with this woman. This woman is an embarrassment to the American way of life. She does not represent America, and she doesn't need to be. If she doesn't represent America, she needs to get the hell out of Washington, D.C. and move over to Pakistan or Palestine. And like I told you last week, Steve, if she needs help with airfare, guess what? I'll be more than happy to donate for her airfare to get the hell out of town. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. And so one thing to be clear on there, that no Republican has voted for, what's his name, the Hakeem Jeffries. Voting for other Republicans, which I kind of broke down the list there. There's a handful of them, but yeah, no one's. That's the only thing preventing Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat, from becoming the House Speaker. I mean, it would only take just a small, but four Republicans, if they were to vote. None of the Republicans going to go vote for Hakeem Jeffries, but it is an embarrassment to continue to drag it on and on and on. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, in case you missed the number, Eagle was kind of blindsided. Yeah, it's not been presented yet, but President Biden's administration, they tell us, is considering $60 billion in assistance for Ukraine, $10 billion with a B for Israel, in a supplemental spending request that he will send to Congress as soon as Friday, according to someone familiar with the matter this past day. Biden has been widely expected to ask Congress to pass a supplemental spending bill quickly as we respond to the deadly October 7 attack. Multiple sources familiar with the request told Reuters that Biden was considering a supplemental request for about $100 billion that would include defense aid for Israel, again to the tune of like $10 billion, another $60 billion for Ukraine, and then some for Taiwan, and some funding for efforts to beef up security on the U.S. border with Mexico. Jim Risch is the top Republican on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said he was not aware of the $100 billion figure except from some of the news reports that he, like the rest of us, have been hearing. Now, he did tell the news conference that he heard that the administration was considering $10 billion for Israel. $100 million is the request that he's looking at for actually humanitarian relief in the Gaza there for the likes of the civilians, supposedly. Brian Mast, the Republican of Florida yesterday, said, do not send humanitarian aid to Gaza and the West Bank, explaining concerns over how this aid will be used, ultimately the funding of Hamas and other terror groups. We should rule it out entirely. The only thing that can stop it from going into the hands of the terrorist would be the common sense of not sending it at all. Now, Mast is a U.S. Army veteran. You even look at other countries, Germany being one of them, saying, hey, we need to take a look at anything going to the United Nations that says it's going to help the West Bank or Gaza Strip, or you name it. Biden, while speaking from Tel Aviv, said that he would seek billions for Israel and, as I said, $100 million in humanitarian assistance for Palestinians. Now, he went on to say if Hamas tries to usurp that aid, that it would stop the international community from being able to provide assistance. Now, Mast explained, let's say there's 2.5 million in the Gaza Strip. Now, if even 1% of them are Hamas terrorists, we know the rest are sympathizers. But if 1% are designated Hamas, that's 25,000. If 20%, that's 250,000. The math is just simply that, yes, this, quote, humanitarian assistance is going to go to the terrorist. 9 before the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Eskimo Bob's on board. Happy Thursday. Hope everybody's doing well as possible. Got the regular run tonight. Enjoying the mild weather so far. Partly cloudy, 60 over the Ohio River by Louisville. All right, we're about 50 outside the secret bunker. Clouds have kind of rolled in, but I'll take it. Not too bad. All right, get back to Carl checking in this Thursday morning. What's happening, Carl?
All right. Thank you, Steve, for taking my call. Appreciate it. I heard you earlier mentioned about the Walmart distribution center regarding heat wave there. I was unaware of the third party that was hauling the freight out of there. So, yeah, I guess he wouldn't be interested in something like that. But, yeah, I just thought I would ask about that part. But now that out of the way, yeah, this Middle East situation is brewing to be, we've sent advisors into there and different things. What he's doing there, he's doing what we did in Vietnam. We did the same thing over there, sending in advisors, and started out that way, and then it ended up being what it turned out to be. And we all know that it was just a totally bad situation over there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this business about sending money to the Gaza Strip, I just find it amazing that when a Democrat gets in office as president of the United States, all of a sudden we've got all of this money to send to everybody, everywhere, all around the world, and there's no limit to this money, you know, and it's just amazing. And Ukraine, you said 60 billion?
Another 60 billion, yes.
Another 60 billion sent to Ukraine. Well, that's a situation over there that Russia is going to be there forever until we put them out. You know, we're just going to have to kick them out. And a guy like Trump, he would have to come in and just he would have to tell Putin, you know, it's time for you to leave. And that's the way it is, you know, and if you don't leave, then we're going to have to make you leave. And by doing that, he would turn on our oil supplies, and he wouldn't necessarily have to go ahead and bomb him or bomb Moscow or anything like that. He would turn on our oil supplies once again and cut off the Russian oil supplies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fairly easy to do.
And shut off the Iranian oil supply as well, which, hey, hold that thought. We pause for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Air Force One touched down near Tel Aviv, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. This visit comes in the wake of devastating explosions at a Gaza Strip hospital on Tuesday, which claimed hundreds of lives. Both Israeli and Palestinian officials are pointing fingers at each other regarding the tragic blast. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. A speaker has not been elected.
22 Republicans voted against Jordan. Currently, the House is in recess. This leaves it without a leader at a crucial time when Congress must address government funding before mid-November and conflicts continue in the Mideast and Ukraine. SoFi Stadium, a potential venue for the 2026 World Cup, might be excluded due to a dispute between the LA Rams owner and FIFA. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is warning it's only a matter of time before illegal immigrants will be sleeping on the streets. Adams says the city is averaging 4,000 new illegal immigrants a week and says it's a constant battle to find new shelter space for them. An upgrade is coming to some rail cars for the first time in 50 years.
For the first time since President Nixon was in the White House, the Staten Island Railway is getting new train cars. The 5 trains that have been in use since 1973 are being replaced. The new cars will have larger doors, displays with service updates, and accessible seating with security cameras. They should be in service by the end of next year. I'm Lance Pry.
Health insurance costs are on the rise. The Kaiser Family Foundation's latest annual survey on employer health benefits reveals a 7% increase in the average cost for family health insurance plans provided by employers this year. This surge is the highest in a decade, and further price hikes are anticipated in the upcoming weeks when employers initiate enrollment for the 2024 insurance plans. Ultra-processed foods are deemed as addictive as nicotine, cocaine, and heroin by experts. A comprehensive analysis of 281 studies spanning 36 countries reveals that a startling 14% of adults are dependent on UPFs. These include items like sausage, ice cream, soft drinks, and sugary cereals. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
we jump back into it here on a Thursday as we cross over the midnight hour there in the Mountain Time. Good to have you with us. Somewhere out there where Knucklebuster's hanging out tonight. Apple turkey. Welcome into a Thursday. Real quick, you get back to Carl. Got a legislative update, the DRIVE Act, which we're following closely, that would prevent the FMCSA from mandating speed limiters on heavy-duty trucks, continues to gain support gradually. The House bill is now up to 30 co-sponsors after Representatives Zachary Nunn of Iowa, Chuck Edwards of North Carolina, and Doug LaMalfa of California signed on this month. H.R. 3039, prohibiting the FMCSA from promulgating any rule or regulation mandating speed limiters on commercial vehicles. OOIDA, representing the small business truckers, supports the DRIVE Act. They're asking their more than 150,000 members to encourage your lawmaker to become a co-sponsor, contending that speed limiters create dangerous differentials and it should be left up to the states. The physics are straightforward. Limiting trucks to speeds below the flow of traffic increases interactions between vehicles and leads to more crashes. That was Todd Spencer's statement earlier this year when the DRIVE Act was initially introduced. All right, we left off there. Carl, welcome back. Yes.
Yes, Steve. Thank you for bringing me back. Got to say, I agree with Eagle on everything he says about all of this. He's hitting up on all cylinders there on the receipts that we need to see about what's going on with the money going to Ukraine and all of this, and to shut off the oil, okay, of their production would be a prime thing to do with our allies, to work around the world to do that, and to up our production of oil, as Joe Biden has just shut it off. He's not allowing the Keystone pipeline. There are several other things that he's doing to shut down production. Plus, he has allowed our resources of our oil to go down on our wartime situation with our reserve oil. And I don't understand how he's doing this, except that he's intentionally attempting to destroy the country. And in the meantime, we've got this problem with Congress, who can't seem to elect or vote for a House Speaker. It's a simple thing to do. Somebody needs to step forward, and they need to put them in office, and I don't understand that either. That part is weird. It just doesn't make any sense. And they constantly yell about the vote count that Jeffries is getting. Hakeem Jeffries received again today 212 votes.
Yes.
And Jordan, which is supposed to be getting close to 217, he's only getting 199. I mean, come on, man. I mean, they're just not together at all, and that makes us look dumb and stupid. And I just don't get it, and I agree with Eagle 100% on everything that he had to say about everything every time he calls in. And gotta say that he's a good man. And as far as the border goes too, as well, the situation here is impeachable offense, and we can't even get back to the impeachment inquiry. It appears that's put on the shelf right now too. The impeachment inquiry,
Correct.
Where is that gone? It's just about over. And the Joe Biden crime family syndicate there, working with Hunter. And the other day, I guess Hunter had something come up about, I forget really what it was, but there was something that came up about him the other day. It was this week, I think. Something about his taxes or something. I can't really remember what happened, but he's got some issues going on, and then they're bringing Trump into the courtroom over the value of his property. And I mean, what difference does it make? I mean, about the value of his property, and they're saying that he didn't pay enough taxes. Well, isn't it the IRS job to find out whether or not he paid his taxes? I mean, I just don't understand what's going on here with all of the riffraff and the mess that they're creating daily on fronting up with Donald Trump against him, and then letting Hunter Biden just go to the wayside.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make any sense at all. And here we are in a wartime situation here brewing in the Middle East again, and it's a powder keg, and things could get out of hand very quickly, just like the hospital was hit. Well, there could be something else that gets hit, because they had drones flying over in Iraq that our U.S. forces, our military, intercepted over Iraq yesterday too, as well, over a base where we were housing our troops over there in Iraq. I don't know if you've heard about that or not, but there were some drones that were flown over that base that were sent there to bomb that barracks. And we had intercepted those drones. And so that's a big deal.
It is.
You know, and these things that are going on here could get us involved with a president that don't know what he's doing. And he's sending money everywhere, and we're going to pay for this money one way or another. We're going to pay for it, and we're paying for it right now with all the inflation costs and everything that's going on here, the fuel, and it's just gone to ridiculous proportions. But I'll go ahead and get off here. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Hey, always good to hear from you. Carl, thank you. Thank you for chiming in here. Marsha Blackburn kind of spoke out. Yeah, where has Iran come up with all this money all of a sudden? Not just the $6 billion in frozen assets that we released, but I'm astounded as she kind of explains. What concerns her most about the turmoil in the Middle East is how Iran has picked up the pace in their effort to fund terrorism. Of course, Hamas, responsible for the deaths, 1,400 Israelis, at least 31 Americans. But I'm deeply concerned about what we see happening with Iran and how they've picked up the pace for funding terrorism. Take you back in time. She blames this on the Obama administration's 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, recall? Which eased the sanctions on Tehran and allowed it access to billions of dollars in frozen assets. The deal which we pulled out of during the Trump administration. Supercharged money into Iran's coffers. She also blames the Biden administration allowing the access to the $6 billion for 5 hostages and easing of the oil export sanctions that were also put in place during the Trump administration. Listen to the numbers here. When Biden, what he did was remove the Trump sanctions that prevented Iran from going back to producing and selling their oil. I mean, under Trump, there were times when they were producing as little as 100 barrels a day. Now they're up to 3 million barrels of oil per day, and they're bringing in $1 billion per week in profits. That is what is supercharging their work. And what do they spend their money on? Well, they're trying to enrich uranium so they can develop nuclear warheads. And, of course, funding terrorism. They give Hamas and Hezbollah $100 million each per year. Now, she said, I hope the U.S. gives Israel everything it needs to rid the face of the earth of Hamas. But what if Iran retaliates after Israel strikes back? What terrorists do is respond to weakness. That emboldens them. A strong America, a strong Israel makes it more difficult for Iran to do their dirty deeds. But yeah, had Biden not become president, those sanctions on Iran would have remained in place. They wouldn't be wreaking $1 billion per week in profits there. That adds up mighty fast. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment. Collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. That gas begins to go stale, as they call it, in as quick as 30 days. Sta-Bil storage, on the other hand, will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. As many of us are maybe cutting the grass, running that tractor one last time. At least we're thinking one last time. You might get the Indian summer and have to break it out once again. But, treat that gas with Sta-Bil storage before you put it away for the winter months. And for being a listener to this program, we'll help you save on your next order. Go to goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil. Place your order, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout, and you'll get 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. That's what I'll be doing next weekend, not this coming weekend, but the following weekend. Me and Ziggy will be batching it there at the house while Tennessee goes on a cousin retreat there. Well, I got news for them representatives up there, if they don't get a Speaker of the House in there pretty soon, we're going to get stuck with that speed limiter and a bunch of other garbage we don't want there, right? And I read the other day where this rapper convicted of pumping millions to the Obama campaign seeks a new trial. His ex-attorney used artificial intelligence for the argument. I think all of their intelligence up there is artificial because they ain't using no good stuff. And we can go back in history, Steve, and if Abraham and Hagar hadn't been doing the wild thing on the side, we wouldn't be having these problems today. But they'll just blame it on Sarah because she's the one that gave the okay for it there, right? Yep. Well, how many cars do you think there's in the world, Steve?
How many what now?
How many cars there are in the world?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
1.47 billion vehicles in the world, Steve. That's a lot of cars running around. But nobody has an exact car count for the entire globe, but a fair estimate can be made using data from the automotive industry research firm Hedges and Company. Now, they provide solutions to automotive manufacturers and resellers. They work with the small companies, even the big ones there. In Asia, there are 543 million cars, Europe, 413 million, North America, 358 million, South America, 84 million, and the Middle East, 50 million, Africa, 26 million. How many you think's down there in Antarctica?
Okay. I'm probably not many down there.
Yeah, 50.
50. Okay.
Approximately. That's what they're guessing.
Yeah.
50. Well, let's see. North America has the highest concentration with 710 vehicles per 1,000 people. That's why we got so much traffic problems out here, Steve. The U.S. has about 278 million registered cars as of 2021, and that spreads out over 331.9 million residents. This accounts for 1.2 people living in the country that owns a car. So just about everybody else owns a car over here. And the other countries are just, they're got like 2 or 3 people, some of them up to 5 people for a car there. So that's why we got traffic problems out here nowadays, and it's getting worse because they all just keep coming across that border. They all want a car. And Tennessee gave me a news article tonight, Steve. Tommy Tuberville, he made fun of Biden falling. Well, guess who fell? Tommy Tuberville took a stumble. She was right. Yeah, be careful what you say there. She was born and raised with him. They come from the same area down there in South Arkansas. So, she's not crazy about him either. So anyway, good Lord, I'm passing a FedEx ground truck. He wiggling them things all over the place. I better get on around him. Well, that's all of my bull only for this go around. I'll call back in that loneliest hour, try to make up some. Maybe I can catch up with horse feathers. I doubt it. He calls them more than I do, right? All right, have a good morning.
All right, have a great morning there, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, be with us all night long. One other, I guess, update as far as General Motors is concerned with the whole UAW strike. Just Stellantis, as we had shared, canceling their appearance at what is now known as the CES. Used to be the Consumer Electronics Show. They simply call it the CES show. I mean, big show. that takes place in Las Vegas every year, citing the ongoing strike, the cost. They're looking already having to cut some corners as far as spending is concerned. Meanwhile, General Motors announcing they are postponing their annual Investor Day next month so they could focus on reaching a new labor agreement with the UAW. The automaker is expected to provide the financial impact it's incurred so far from the ongoing UAW strike against the Big Three when they report their third quarter earnings results on the 24th of October here, just a few days from now. But every year, GM typically holds an investor day in October or November where they lay out their financial forecasts for investors to go over their business model, their future products, revenue opportunities, and other aspects, key aspects of the business. Last year, for example, GM told investors that they would make more money than expected and their electric vehicles would actually be profitable by the year 2025. This year's meeting was scheduled to take place on November the 16th. GM spokesman Jim Kane confirmed to the Detroit Free Press the automaker told investors last week that they're going to hold off on their investor day till maybe the first part of next year, since the leadership team is focused on the labor negotiations right now. Another GM spokesman, David Caldwell, added the event is being rescheduled because our leadership team's focus right now is obviously on securing a new labor agreement here in the U.S. The ripple effects as the strike goes on. All right. It was technically, a week ago yesterday where the UAW kind of surprised Ford and hit the Kentucky auto plant based on the fact that nothing has subsequently happened. I'll assume that maybe the talks are making some progress. That's all we could hope. And with that, it is time for a news break.
USA News Update. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
Folks, I wanted to be here today. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, about the halfway point here on a Thursday morning. Weekend just around the corner, right? As it is Friday Eve. You got that right. And our number, 844-844-3388. I'll admit I'm a little bit confused about what's going on with Forward Air. Let me start with from FreightWaves. They announced last Thursday they've entered a business combination agreement with Omni Logistics, expected to create a leader in the expedited less than truckload market. The cash and stock transaction will give Omni shareholders $150 million in cash and a 37.7% equity stake in Forward. That consideration represents a $3.2 billion enterprise value for Omni. Dallas-based Omni, an asset-light logistics provider focused on high-touch, expedited freight transportation. They also offered forwarding, custom brokerage, warehousing, and distribution services. They've grown their customer base to 7,000 domestic and international clients from just 300 over the past 5 years, 4,500 employees across 21 countries. The private company is majority owned by private equity firms Ridgemont Equity Partners and Eve Partners. Omni is currently a customer of Forward. Omni's about the same size as Forward. It generated $1.6 billion in revenue, $181 million in adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation over the 12 months ending June 30. The deal is expected to provide both asset-light providers greater scale to target the high-value expedited LTL freight market, which Forward's chairman, president, and CEO Tom Schmidt estimates to be $15 billion. He believes Forward has 7% share in that market right now. 70% of Omni's customers ship some type of high-value freight right now. The deal's an extension of Forward's current growth initiatives in that arena that's already in place. Combined, the two companies have 300 locations. That includes 40 terminals, Omni's 40 terminals. In the U.S., Forward has plans to open an additional 30 terminals in North America over the next 5 years. This transaction would create some overlap of cross-docking facilities, which would be removed from the network over time. Now, second story says there's an investor, Ancora Holdings Group, that joined the fray on Tuesday this week, voicing opposition to Forward Air's planned merger with Omni. The firm said the deal's too expensive, adds a significant amount of leverage, and was intentionally structured to avoid a pre-closing shareholder vote. In appearance at a 13D Monetaractive Passive Summit in New York City. Now, we talked about the deal. Ancora said that implies Forward's paying 18 times last 12 months adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation for Omni. 30 times on an unadjusted basis, and that combined net leverage will exceed 4 times. The company, however, has outlined a $125 million in cost and revenue synergies that reduce those multiples significantly, they say. This transaction right now is being held up in a Tennessee court, awaiting a decision on a temporary injunction which would clear the path to a hearing to determine if Forward's shareholders will actually get to vote on the deal. That court decision is expected by October the 26th. The court first issued a temporary restraining order here a couple of weeks ago. The 3 plaintiffs in the motion are former Forward employees, including its former chief financial officer, Rodney Bell. Among other things, the complaint said Tennessee law requires a shareholder vote, as the deal structure will result in the transfer all of Forward's assets and exceed more than 20% dilution to existing shareholders. Forward said the transaction was structured appropriately and does not require a vote in their court filings. Now, Ancora said that the way this is structured, it would effectively coerce shareholders to vote in favor of the conversion. If the shares aren't converted, a big dividend will be paid to the holders. If converted, Omni's stakeholders will control a 38% voting block. Ancora referred to this setup as a self-entrenchment, as that voting block is also required to vote in favor of board-nominated directors in future elections. So I'm going to see how this is kind of confusing. Now, the firm said they're going to push for a special meeting of shareholders to replace the board and the company's chairman, president, and CEO, Tom Schmidt, if the court rules a shareholder vote is required. Also said they're going to review all the options available for holding the board and management accountable. Even if the court rules in favor of the company, Ancora said the board could still be unseated at a special meeting before a conversion vote on the preferred preferred shares that they held. Like I said, everything's kind of screwy there. I'm sure we've got some Forward Air employees out there listening to the program, but that sounds like quite the debacle. A big shakeup. Yeah, looking to overturn the current leadership at Forward. So, again, that from FreightWaves this past day. But John the Green Giant, how the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to begin with Jolly Green was sick last week, so sorry I didn't call in. I've been flat on my back now for about 2 weeks, feeling a lot better. Then Gilligan come down with it, and a lot of our drivers are coming down with it. And Breeze, that calls your show, he's flat on his back right now. He was in the hospital yesterday with whatever's going on, whatever's going. Miss Jolly Green is down with it.
Wow.
So it's going around. So one of the things I want to talk about is these electric cars, and GM says that they're going to be profitable with electric cars. I got to ask the dumb question. Who's buying these electric cars? I don't know of anybody that I know of that owns an electric car. Nobody where I work has an electric car. Nobody. And on top of that, they do have Ford plug-ins where I work for the electric vehicles, and I don't see anyone plug it into them, first of all. So I want Biden to tell me who's buying these electric cars, because I don't know of anyone that's buying these electric cars. Now, Jolly Green has definitely been saying, and I'll say it again, a lot of the guys I work with are also saying the same thing, hybrid is the way to go. Electric car, fully electric, I personally, I'm dead set against it. I will tell you that for me and my house, we ain't never going to buy an electric car, ever. So, that also I want to talk about, you're talking about the amount of money that Iran is making in selling oil. Why would anybody want to buy oil from a country that's financing terrorism?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, who's buying that oil from Iran? Who? What, Russia? China?
Probably China.
Because you know darn well that the United States, United States won't buy it. I know I can't buy oil if it's being used to finance terrorism. You know, this thing that's going on in Israel is terrible, absolutely terrible. All right. Now I want to talk about the strike on the automakers. I'll be honest with you, the union is making a big mistake. They need to settle these contracts. If they don't, they could end up, their union workers and the union, in my opinion, will probably end up defunct and no longer in existence. When is enough is enough. I mean, let's be honest with you. The union, but I gotta be honest with you, in this today and age, is it the dinosaur? My wife was a union worker for Kroger's, and I will tell you that I've never been a big fan of some of these union companies, though I do understand why unions came into existence, and I understand that. I also, as a driver, I thank the union for everything I got, because it's because of the union that most of the drivers make the money they make. So I will give the union that credit. But what exactly do they think they're going to accomplish with the automakers? All right, the average vehicles now, especially a pickup truck, is $50,000 and above.
Yep.
All right. How much is it going to cost me once the union sells this contract? How much is it going to cost me then? What, $75,000? Who's going to be able to afford that? You know, who? To me, are you pricing yourself right out of work? You know, guys, how much is enough is enough. Maybe they're asking for too much, you know. Maybe they're asking for too much. I do not know. But I was dead set against Biden going to Israel in a war situation. That, to me, was stupid on his part for security reasons. Our president should have never went. That's why we have a Secretary of State. That is their job, or the Secretary of Defense. In my opinion, he should have never left this country.
Well, technically,
but that just shows you he's an idiot.
Both of them technically are still there. Anthony Blinken and Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. They're both in. They've been there apparently for days now. So I don't know what the necessity of Joe being there was, but
I don't either, Steve. And I believe you. I think you see my point. Yeah, that's what he's got cabinet members for.
Mm-hmm.
And that is actually their job and not his job. His job is to manage our country and foreign affairs. He's got people sitting on his cabinet, and that's their job. So I don't know, but I said it from the very beginning. I thought it was stupid for him to go over there in a war situation. I don't have a problem with our Navy being there and our Air Force being there and our service personnel. I've always been in support of Israel, and I always will believe that we should support Israel. I've always said that, and I always will. So I am actually in favor of our service personnel being there and protecting Israel and their assets. As do I think Iran is powerful enough to go against Israel? No, I do not. And I don't know much about Iran, but I'll be honest with you, they're not going to win against Israel no matter what they do. But that's just my opinion. I don't have all the facts like you do.
Right.
But I got to be honest with you. I know what the Bible says about Israel. And I don't think that there's a country in the world that can defeat Israel, in my opinion. They have probably one of the finest air forces in the world. And I think a lot of that is because of the United States, because I know that a lot of airplanes we have actually provided for them.
Absolutely.
And I heard that we have some of our, I know that we have a aircraft carrier there that's probably one of the most advanced aircraft carrier we got is sitting over there now. And some of our newer jets are over there right now, too. I'm actually in support of that more so than I am Ukraine. So I'm actually in favor of that. But that's really about all I got for right now. I also wanted to say, too, my lovely lady that I'm married to is now officially retired. She's been having problems with her sugar and been having some health issues. And we made a decision, instead of waiting until January, to get her retired.
Yep.
Now, I would like to ask your audience, we are having a hard time getting in touch with the Social Security Administration. They will not answer their telephones, and we're trying to get my wife set up on Social Security and Medicare, and we can't get through to those jokers. I don't know what we're going to do. I know they're in Batavia, Ohio, on Route 32, but I don't even think they'll let you in, Steve, because of COVID-19. We have got to get in touch with them, and the Internet is really not the answer, because the Internet, they've got to have all these security passwords, and it's a nightmare, Steve, believe it or not. And I know Jolly Green is going to be setting up for Social Security here in about another year and a half, because I'm going to wait until I turn 70. Sex Maniac is already on it, Steve. So if there's anybody out there that can let me know, how can I negotiate and get my wife set up onto Social Security and Medicare, please let me know. She just turned 65 Sunday. And by the way, Steve, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
And my wife turned 65 on the same day, and I know that Gilligan's wife also her birthday was on the same day. So I just want to wish everybody a happy birthday on October 15th. So that's really about it. But if there's anybody in the audience that can help me figure out how to get through to the Social Security, please let me know, and I really appreciate it, okay?
All right.
So have a
Thank
good
you
night,
much.
Steve.
Good. I'm glad you're feeling better there, Jolly Green. And we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here on Thursday. Yes, indeed, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, meanwhile, looks like, well, we're talking tough times in the trucking industry. I guess all the movers and the shakers, the suits and ties are having a good time. Big shindig down in Texas this week. Daimler Truck North America, the 2023 Customer Appreciation Event, has been going on. Of course, the manufacturer, Freightliner and Western Star Trucks and Detroit Engines. They hosted a private concert for industry executives and their guests on the 16th. During the ATA's management conference and exhibition going on there. Surprise guest singer, songwriter Chris Stapleton and a legendary pop rock musician Sting performed back-to-back sets. They were the surprise entertainment. Again, at the DTNA, a customer appreciation event, Stapleton and Sting each played more than an hour-long set for what was an invitation-only audience of just over 1,000 people, so a small audience at the Moody Center Arena on the campus of the University of Texas at Austin. Of course, Sting, the front man behind the band Police, before he launched his solo career in 1985, kicked off the event, doing lots of his hits over the years. Short time later, Chris Stapleton energized the crowd with his blend of country, bluegrass, and rock. The big hits, White Horse, Nobody to Blame, Tennessee Whiskey, right? He also performed a song entitled Crosswind, which is an as-yet unreleased song about truck drivers. So they bring in this DTNA thing that they're forking over the big bucks. with these special guests. Some of the previous performers over the years. Last year it was Billy Joel, Bon Jovi in 2021, Luke Bryan, Carrie Underwood and Florida Georgia Line back in 2018. They actually brought in the Rolling Stones in 2016, Paul McCartney in 2015, the Eagles in 2014. None of those groups are performing on the cheap. Guarantee you that. All right, meanwhile, what do we got? About a minute before news breaks, so hang in there. Looks like who we got on board. I think Philip's going to be checking in. Pappy's on board. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Real quick, going back to the hundreds apparently arrested in the Capitol this past day. Would it be described as an insurrection? The insurrectionists, many who wore face masks, dressed in black, flying the banner, demanding that Israel stop defending itself from rocket attacks there in Israel. Rashida Tlaib, yes, the squad, was leading the protest. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the scene. She noted a kind of the double standard between the pro-Palestinian insurrectionists versus the protesters on January the 6th. There's an insurrection happening now on Capitol Hill. They're claiming they want peace, but they want money to go to terrorists, she said. Why were the Capitol Police allowing this to go on inside the building? I don't know. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Air Force One touched down near Tel Aviv, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. This visit comes in the wake of devastating explosions at a Gaza Strip hospital on Tuesday, which claimed hundreds of lives. Both Israeli and Palestinian officials are pointing fingers at each other regarding the tragic blast. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. A speaker has not been elected.
22 Republicans voted against Jordan. Currently, the House is in recess. This leaves it without a leader at a crucial time when Congress must address government funding before mid-November and conflicts continue in the Mideast and Ukraine. SoFi Stadium, a potential venue for the 2026 World Cup, might be excluded due to a dispute between the LA Rams owner and FIFA. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is warning it's only a matter of time before illegal immigrants will be sleeping on the streets. Adams says the city is averaging 4,000 new illegal immigrants a week and says it's a constant battle to find new shelter space for them. An upgrade is coming to some rail cars for the first time in 50 years.
For the first time since President Nixon was in the White House, the Staten Island Railway is getting new train cars. The 5 trains that have been in use since 1973 are being replaced. The new cars will have larger doors, displays with service updates, and accessible seating with security cameras. They should be in service by the end of next year. I'm Lance Pry.
Health insurance costs are on the rise. The Kaiser Family Foundation's latest annual survey on employer health benefits reveals a 7% increase in the average cost for family health insurance plans provided by employers this year. The surge is the highest in a decade, and further price hikes are anticipated in the upcoming weeks when employers initiate enrollment for the 2024 insurance plans. Ultra-processed foods are deemed as addictive as nicotine, cocaine, and heroin by experts. A comprehensive analysis of 281 studies spanning 36 countries reveals that a startling 14% of adults are dependent on UPFs. These include items like sausage, ice cream, soft drinks, and sugary cereals. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Now I'm getting selfies from Bone Jangles. You remember Bone Jangles? I think that's Scarecrow's co-driver this time of year. Scares the bejeebies out of a lot of people when he pulls up beside him. Oh my, it's 844-844-3388. Friday Eve. And hello, Philip, what's going on?
Hey, buddy, how you doing today?
Hanging with them. How about you? Off to work we go, right?
Yeah, off to work I go. Hey, I got a challenge for Knucklebuster. He's looking up those numbers on cars. Why don't he try to look up the numbers and see how much the average American pays for insurance on their car, the registered cars there in the United States? I'd be kind of interested to know that one.
How many billions that would add up to?
I would like to know what the average American person pays on just a car on insurance, and I'd like to know also the number that all combined, how much insurance is paid on cars. That'd be kind of interesting to figure that one out. So, hey, you were talking about Forward Air and Omni. You got to be careful when your customers. I mean, this happened almost a couple of years ago to another company in Chicago. There was a company called Quality Cartage that had a customer that was Ward Trucking, and Ward Trucking ended up buying them out and servicing their customers as well. So I mean, you got to be kind of careful with your customers and what's going on. I'm not saying Quality should have done that, but you never know what's going to happen around the deal with it. Now, you said that Omni is privately owned, right?
That's what the story says, yes.
Okay, and then Forward Air is publicly traded. Now, if Forward Air has to fork up 37% of their stocks, and you were talking about conversions and all that stuff, that means they're going to have to get a lot of people to give up some stock to throw up that 37%. And that's a lot. 37% of a company is quite a bit. It isn't controlling interest by no means. And plus, they're forking up money as well. I don't know why Forward Air is doing that. I mean, they must see something in Omni that must be huge or beneficial to them if they want to fork up that kind of money and throw up 37% of the company. What do you think, Steve?
I said the whole thing was kind of confusing to me, so that's what I'll admit.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody sees something somewhere in the deal to where they're going to make a lot of profit. But it could also flip on you, because we have seen, like I said, like the deal with Quality Cartage, we have seen when some of these companies try to do that, even companies that interline with each other. Think about this, in LTL, there's so many companies that interline with each other, like Estes interlines with different companies. Yellow, back in the day, used to interline with Roadway. And guess what happened with that one? I mean, you've got to be careful when you start making deals like that, because you could put yourself out of business or lose the company totally, to your customers. So you got to be really, really careful when you do them kind of deals. you were talking about GM. When you're really going to notice the part with the automakers are really taking a hit, are they still offering dividends right now on all the auto stocks, Steve?
I have no idea.
Okay, so if you look at their stocks right now and they're not, if they've cut off the dividends because of that auto strike, then you're going to see things change. Because when the investors don't get their dividends, then they start shying away and selling the stock.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the big thing to look at. And investors are dealing with it right now, but it might come a time to where they're not going to look at it, and that stock is just going to plummet. And I'm not sure what is the stock. Have you looked at the stock any for the automakers, Steve?
I've not paid attention to any of them. No, sir. Yeah,
that's something I'm going to have to look at. I'll look at that today. I can't do it right now because I'm driving, obviously, but that's something that we need to pay attention to, because that stock goes down. It keeps going down. That's not good. And unions, Jolly Green was talking about the unions. Unions were brought up for the issue that they're bringing in right now. Back in the day, people weren't getting the pay they wanted. That's why that unions were established. Now, are the unions turning into corporations? I think so. I mean, there's a lot of guys that work for the union, like, well, they bring it up, but Sean O'Brien, that gentleman, that's what he does for his living. He doesn't have another job besides the union that I know of. Do you, Steve? Do you know if he has another job?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's right. And those business agents, they're paid by the union. Okay, so you got your shop steward, who is a company employee. Okay, and then you got the business agent is the next line, and the business agent is paid by the union, which is supplemented by the dues that the employees are paying to the union. And it's one of those things. It's like, business is business, and that's the way it works. And the big companies, they've been paying a lot to the upper management over the years in bonuses. We've seen that with Yellow. That's what happened with Yellow's demise, because of the mismanagement of the money in the company. Instead of reinvesting in the company, they reinvested in their pocket and took it home. So it's just food for thought. And y'all have a good day. That's all I got today, buddy. We'll catch you later.
All right, Philip, as always, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. And all right, real quick, I mentioned that there is a court injunction involving that Forward Air thing. The Tennessee court extended the temporary restraining order blocking Forward Air's planned merger with Omni last week. The court will decide over the next 15 days, which we're now probably like 7 days in, if injunctive relief is warranted, which could set the stage for a hearing to determine if shareholders have a right to vote on the transaction. Third District Court in Greenville, Tennessee, where Forward Air is headquartered, first issued the restraining order at the end of September. Forward's bid for Omni being challenged by shareholders who said they were denied a vote on the deal as required under Tennessee law. As we mentioned earlier, the plaintiffs in the case, former employees of Forward, all of Forward's board members are listed as defendants. The question, are shareholders due a vote? The plaintiff's motion for a temporary injunction pending a full trial on merit said the shareholder rights have been violated. The deal will cause stockholders immediate and irreparable harm. Forward's acquisition of Omni, structured as a series of transactions ahead of the closing. One of the transactions includes the transfer of Forward's assets into a limited liability company, or an LLC, that the motion said is partly owned by Forward and Omni. Plaintiffs said Tennessee law provides shareholders the right to vote on transactions that involve the full disposition of assets, and that valid exceptions to the rule have not been met as the transactions are not in the regular course of business, and the assets are not being transferred to a forward wholly owned subsidiary. According to the motion, defendants should not be able to hide behind slick lawyering and complex deal documents to circumvent a statutory required vote. Further, the plaintiff's filing said the deal would dilute current forward shareholders' equity position by more than 20%, and that requires a vote according to Tennessee law. They go through more of the numbers there, but I see where what Philip's talking about. You got to be careful with these kind of things. It could turn around to backfire on you, right? What do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Glad the princess had a good day, good birthday day. Eating some chicken, probably, right?
Yes, she did. Indeed, she did.
Hey, listen, man. A week ago we were talking about the war propaganda. To hold tight. Be careful what you believe, and obviously these events with this hospital deal proves that to be true. But unfortunately, the demonstrations have already started, Steve, and there's no change in their mind. I don't care how much proof you give them now, because
they're convinced
they're
Israel did it. Yep.
I can't remember the term for this, but to give you like an extreme case where the police went and arrested Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say his mom was there, and they tell her why he was arrested. She just can't believe the truth, even though they're presented with facts and evidence. The mother just can't believe her boy was capable of that, so. But, the Capitol today, Steve. I know they arrested some. Are they going to get 10 years in prison like Grandma?
Good question.
Well, I don't think,
right?
I'll take that back. I don't want to exaggerate. I don't think Grandma got 10 years, but I think she got 6 months.
I mean, the question that I'm not certain about is, did this ultimately impede business, there at the Capitol? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene was kind of make it sound like in her video that we're not able to proceed with our business of the day. Now the vote for Jordan took place, and I know that was like 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking maybe that vote, I don't know what time this past day when all these people entered into the rotunda there, but it'd be interesting to see how they try to twist it. Well, it's just a protest if it's the Democrats, but it's an insurrection if it's Republicans.
Steve, listen to me when I tell you this. There was some Antifa in there. I'll just leave it at that. Hey, did you hear the French president is now going to go to Israel?
No.
The French leader. Yes, sir. What?
You said 24 hours ago. You said, "I'll just wait and see." I said, "You're going to see Justin Trudeau and Macron, all of them saying we want to make a visit." So we're going to continue. You think it is trying to hold off on any sort of ground movement? Postpone it?
Steve, let me pose this question to you. We've talked about this. I've said it on your show. When we look back, we talked about everything Biden has done since day one when he got in the office. That, in my opinion, he's purposely trying to destroy this country as we know it. If that's the case, what makes you think he gives two shish kebabs about Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Why is all this money going to Iran, knowing that what the results will probably be?
And I did not realize that Iran now, that under Trump, they were producing hardly any oil. And I mean, can you believe that they're rolling in $1 billion every week now with their 3 million barrels per day?
Unexpected consequences, Steve, when you shut our oil off like that. They're way ahead of the game. Steve, I hate to ask these questions, but I'm really starting to think about some things here, man. I mean, when Bongino was talking about Biden announcing, on Monday he's going to go to Israel, or Tuesday, and he shows up on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, it's just not possible. Especially in a war zone like that. That would take several days of planning before any Secret Service even left the country. If you're in Cincinnati and the princess is going to throw you some big retirement party in Georgia, excuse me, and you're going to leave on Monday and get there on Wednesday, and princess is going to leave on Tuesday. It's going to take her several hours just to drive there, and say the arrangements at the hall and everything, it's going to take 2 or 3 days to set up. But you're going to be there before they're ready. It's simple here, It's just, there's no way that they could have got this together that quick.
Now the fact
Secret
that
Service, but even if he said,
I was going to say the fact that Anthony Blinken and Lloyd Austin have been there for several days. Do they have Secret Service that go with them? Do you know, or is it just the president?
I'm sure they probably do. However, though, I mean, we're talking the president here.
Yeah.
And still, this war's only been going on for, 10, 11 days? It's not making no sense. It's like they knew about it. And that goes back to the intel, this whole intel thing. The very first night, I said, there's no way in hell they didn't know this was coming, or something was coming. There's no way, Steve. There's no way that either Israel and or the United States didn't the White House put out a statement that, hey, man, we told Israel something was up? Didn't the State Department or the White House? I'm pretty sure they put a statement out to that effect. Trying to cover their butt, so to speak.
Right. I mean, I did see where supposedly Egypt gave them some sort of a heads up 3 days in advance. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know.
So are they ignoring it? And if they are ignoring it, why? And another thing, Steve, these are facts. And I'm not speculating here. These are facts. How the hell did it take 5-6 hours for the Israelis to respond to this attack? Why didn't they have some helicopters down there now? It's just things, that it doesn't seem right. It makes you ask questions. That's all we're doing is asking questions. How come? So I don't know, man. It makes you wonder. for the last week, nothing out of the FBI that has no threats to the United States, no explicit threats. When you got the leader of Hamas sitting there telling to attack the United States, they want a day of jihad. I mean, what more do you want?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the FBI just now came out and said something. But Steve, it just makes you wonder: would they, if they had a credible evidence of some threats here to Homeland? This is crazy to say it, Steve, but man, would they ignore it? They're too busy, spying on MAGA supporters and school moms.
Right.
They care more about that. Jeffrey Dahmer's mom. It's not really going to happen. I don't know, Steve. If the higher ups, if these elites really, really want a world war, if they really push this to happen, then with the buffoons we got running this place, they might just get what they want, And in who was it? Gilligan just called, I think it was talking about, Israel and Iran. Yeah, Israel obviously is better equipped over there and the best fighters over there right now. I mean, they are it. They also got nuclear weapons, Steve. What happens when Iran gets one? Now that changes the whole ballgame.
Well, I mean, go back to Ahmadinejad. When he was running the deal over there, how many times did Ahmadinejad say that when we get it, we will eradicate Israel from the planet. We will push them out into the sea.
Yeah.
I mean, Iran is. They haven't pulled any punches or made any qualms that Iran's goal is to eradicate the Jewish state. They've been saying it for years, for decades.
Not only them, but us. Didn't you just say the other night that they were chanting in their little...
Yes, the entire legislature or parliament, whatever the hell they call it there in Israel, after the attack and take the next day, the entire... They're on their feet, clapping their hands, chanting, "Death to America, death to America." That's the Iranian leadership. And we want to make deals, hunky-dory. Let's make friends. Why can't we all just get along? You can't make this stuff. Okay, we got to pause there for a news break, though. Stick around. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut.
On Wednesday afternoon, a large group of anti-Israel protesters occupied the U.S. Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C. Protesters are demanding and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The U.S. Capitol Police made multiple arrests as demonstrations are not allowed in congressional buildings. The House of Representatives is still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure his 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote earlier today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. A speaker has not been elected.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, it's 844-844-3388. The question had come up last evening. We were talking about the dangers of Biden going into this active conflict zone. What if something were to happen, something unprecedented, What is the line of secession and all? And I looked it up this past day. Obviously, Kamala Harris, vice president, steps in. And, if something were to happen to her, there is a vacancy in the Speaker of the House, which would normally be number 3 in line. So as it is right now, until we actually have a House Speaker, the number 3 in line is actually the, pro tem of the Senate. The Senate pro tem, which is Patty Murray, which would actually be, Democrat. third in line of secession right now. All right, Pappy, welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, we said this at the beginning of over there in Ukraine when Russia went in. A few months after we said this. If Russia, and to this day, if Russia would stop fighting, the war would be over. If Ukraine would stop fighting, Russia would go in there and just crush them. And they're doing it anyway now, even though, I mean, besides what you're hearing in the news, Steve, some of the things I'm hearing that Ukraine's in bad shape. Same thing with Hamas here. If Hamas would stop attacking Israel, there would be no war. If Israel stops fighting back, Israel would be extinct. Hamas could stop. They could have stopped, and Israel would not attack them. It's a proven fact. I mean, you just got to go back in history and look. I mean, they gave him the Gaza Strip back in, 2005? Gave it to him. Here you go. Govern yourself. And what do the Palestinians do? Vote in Hamas to run the place down there. And unfortunately, Steve, there's only one way to solve this problem, because Hamas is not going to stop. And the only way to stop him is to kill him. And you're not going to kill them all. You're not going to, it's just, it will lead to a worldwide holy war, which is what they want. So I don't know if Bongino's right about Stalin. The reason they're going over there is stalling Israel from going in, giving time for Hamas either regroup, get some out of there so they don't all get killed. I don't know. But there was no reason for him to go over there. None at all. Because I'm telling you right now, if you don't care about this country, he does not care about Israel.
And there's still 199 hostages, obviously, that Hamas is using as a bargaining chip, right?
Yes, sir. So, all right, my man, I appreciate you taking the call.
Good to hear from you, Pappy. Have a good morning. Guess it's time to be rolling the cigarettes, catching up on the laundry and all that good stuff, right? Who we got next up here? Somebody from Alabama got some advice from Jolly.
Bob.
Hey there.
Yeah, how you doing tonight, Steve?
Good.
Hey, I listened to Jolly Green just a little bit ago. I went through that same mess back in December of last year. Couldn't get through to anybody at Social Security. Tried to call, and finally, I just scheduled what they call a telephone appointment. And if he's still listening, tell him to get on the phone and call it, and they'll have one of the options to be schedule a telephone appointment, and they will call you back. Yet they take a month. It took me about a month before they called me back, but they scheduled an appointment with me.
Really?
And called on the time and the day. Yeah, it was kind of weird. But they called on the time and the day they said they would, and I got to it, and I got my Social Security coming to me. It's been coming to me since February, so it's kind of a hassle, but it's worth it in the long run. Just go ahead and let them schedule that appointment. And by the way, I was just going to say, Packy, thanks so much for all what you said there just a minute ago. I enjoy the show so much. It keeps me awake when I'm driving at night. So thank you again, Steve, for all that you do, and all your callers, too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you chiming in there. So that's going to be, I guess, under the prompts. Then you, for this, press 1. For this, press 2. After you speak for English, right? Yeah, for Espanol, press 2. So somewhere in there, Jolly Green, there should be a prompt to schedule a phone appointment. And don't expect a call back within 24 hours, I guess, to say the least. What do you say? Took him damn near a month to call him back. All right, let's see. Gilligan, what's happening? Feeling a little better, are we?
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling a little better. Yeah, driving up 220 here in North Carolina, eating Reese's Cups. Just seen a nice little buck standing here along. Looked like about a 6-point. He wasn't huge, but he was decent size. And fortunately, he just raised his head and looked at me as I went by. I like that. Don't need to mount the road. One of our regular listeners, unfortunately, took out one last night. Tore his truck up pretty good up there in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
So, fortunately, it was drivable, though. Yeah, my point on this deal with Tlaib, or however you put Tlaib, whatever you call her. All right, why shouldn't she be facing the same charges Trump is? She's inciting this crap. These people are protesting in the Capitol Rotunda and all this. She should be facing the same charges Trump is, but you know and I know nothing will ever happen. These people are causing these problems need to face the same sentences as the so-called January 6th rioters. You know, it's just amazing the double standard we have in this country. It's been like that, I think, my entire life. Look at the riots back in the 60s when I wasn't even born, some of it, you know, and all that crap. You know, nothing really happened to them to speak of and stuff. I mean, it's amazing. I don't get why the left can constantly commit crimes, literally crimes, and get away with it. Meanwhile, if the Republicans actually protest, just protest, the next thing you know, they're being thrown in jail.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it too many times in my lifetime. And I'm, like most of your callers, I'm sick and tired of it. But on a lighter note, Steve, I sent you a picture there a little while ago. The big argument about candy corn.
That's about the best way to eat it, yes.
Yeah. Open the bag, throw it in the trash, then eat some Reese's Cups. That's the best way to eat candy corn.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but send that one to you. Yeah, and by the way, just remember, GMA&B Enterprises is going to have your Halloween decorations on sale. Yes, that's right, folks. We're going to have all kinds of, you have to check out the site and look at our plastic skeletons and our plastic pumpkins and all that. And like always, this is an extra special spice for just your listeners. For the incredible low price of $19.95, you can either get a skeleton or a pumpkin. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get two. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Just remember, folks, our motto here at GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by my late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will treat you right. Thanks for having me on, Steve, and hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, glad you're feeling better out there, Gilligan. I spoke to Philip earlier. Neglected to share our space news segment of the morning. We've got issues on the International Space Station again. NASA officials postponing one of two forthcoming spacewalks in the wake of a recent coolant leak on the Russian segment of the station. A spacewalk that was set for today, October 19, will now happen sometime later this year as NASA and Russia's Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, continue their analysis. According to NASA, the coolant used on the International Space Station is ammonia, which requires additional decontamination procedures if space-suited astronauts are nearby. Apparently, the leak in Russia's science module started and stopped on the same day, October the 9th. But they do not, to date, know the cause at this time. Now, this is the third time that the Russian equipment has leaked ammonia in just the past year. Roscosmos plans their own spacewalk on October 25th to examine the 13-year-old relocated radiator from the Rosvet module. They're going to look at it up close, from which the newest leak appeared to have originated. Now, they tell us the coolant is not toxic or hazardous for the crew, but experts are discussing how to best keep small traces of the substance from getting into some of the internal systems to avoid equipment degradation over time. According to NASA in a blog post Monday, the schedule adjustment has no impact on the current space station operations. It's because the work is not per se time sensitive. That's what this planned spacewalk was all about. But okay, there you go. Yeah, third time in a year's time. What's going on? It is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed, on a Thursday morning, 19th day of October. That's where we find ourselves. You know, looking back years gone by. Anybody recall the big market collapse, 1987, Black Monday, as it was referred to? Yeah, I was just a couple years into my marriage, living in that first one-bedroom apartment. Didn't pay a whole lot of attention. I didn't really have any investments or anything, but I remember it was quite a big news day. Monday, October the 19th, 1987, Black Monday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 22% on that day. Now, what's amazing is 22% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average at that time was 508 points. A drop of 508 points today, it happens on any given day. It's what, less than 1%? This date, October 19, 1960, during the Cold War, This was the date the United States government imposed a near total trade embargo against Cuba. That embargo, which remains in effect to this day, after all these years. This date, 2005, yes, a date which I clearly remember, because we had just celebrated mine and the princess's birthday aboard the Carnival cruise ship. I believe we were on the Miracle at the time, if memory serves. I think our first cruise was the Miracle. And Hurricane Wilma, which, if memories, I'm trying to recall, when we departed for that cruise several days earlier, they did change our cruise itinerary. I think we were supposed to originally go to Grand Cayman, then it was Belize, then Cancun. Can't remember if there was another stop or not. They canceled the Grand Cayman because Wilma was in that proximity. Yeah, we did a quick beeline over to Belize, made that stop, and then kind of headed north toward to the Cancun, I believe. It was a Cancun or Cozumel, I can't recall. But it was that morning, that was the day when Wilma went from a simple Category 1 hurricane. During the overnight hours, it ramped up to Category 5. And by the 19th of October, Wilma becoming the most intense Atlantic hurricane on record based on the minimum pressure, the central pressure, which had dropped down to 882 millibars. I don't think she necessarily had the strongest wind field in history, but yeah, the strength is based on the minimum central pressure, yes. 882 millibars. I remember that day. Hello to Scarecrow. What's happening out there?
Top of the morning, Stephen. Say, over the last 3 years, Steve, you've no doubt come to recognize Bojangles when you see him, and maybe you've come to expect to hear from him on occasion. Now,
yes.
You can understand why October is no doubt his favorite month of the year. Now he spends 11 months out of the year riding around in that little Honda Civic of mine, but come October he takes up residence in that jump seat over here. Now, the start of the program there, you mentioned somebody mentioned about candy and trick or treating. Well, the bones, they started rattling a little bit over there, but I tell you, with Gilligan's call there now and all that talk of Halloween, I had to reach over and snug up that shoulder harness here and seat belt. I thought he was going to leap right out of the seat over there. Man, that was a sight to behold there. Now, looking at my cell phone here, I got out to throw tarps and secure my load, Steve. I gave him direct orders not to mess with my iPhone. Did he mess with that iPhone, Steve?
It's supposed to be kind of a secret. I mean, well, he did send me a selfie, and he said you could stick it up your you-know-what.
Damn it. Man, I can't turn my back for a moment on him. He just may not make it through Halloween here. But
you got to break some.
We'll
you might
deal with that.
Don't break his bones.
We'll rattle him around a little bit. I should be able to get through this, Steve. If the clock runs out, if you could hold me over away. You got the serious side here too. There's let's see, which one was I going to go with first here? There is hope for anybody, those of us that are choking on this EV narrative that's been jammed down our throats for what seemed like forever. Anybody across the country who's tired of it, there is a little light at the end of the tunnel for now. I say Chrysler, Dodge, their parent company, whoever that is now. There's been pushing this, electric Challenger, Steve. The plan has been to cut the V8, powered Chargers and Challengers, and we'll go with the EV route and such. And well, apparently there's been such a backlash from Dodge customers and actually the auto industry in general that now they're actually coming out. It looks like with the 24s, there's going to be Challengers and Chargers with maybe even a brand new Hemi motor. And I think I maybe even read something of maybe a 2-door Charger. But either way, there's a whole different world out there that we're not being presented to us at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I read up on this just yesterday and actually GM and Ford too, they're backpedaling on this, EV, market a bunch. Ford, what the heck, they're cutting way back on that 150 Lightning production. Their third quarter sales they just tanked. And there was mention that GM is also kind of having second thoughts on this big and wonderful EV market that everybody's anticipating.
I think last evening I shared that GM, that they announced on Tuesday, I think it was, that they were planning to begin production of whatever the vehicle is. I don't know if the electric Silverado or something toward the end of 2024. They're now saying, they're going to wait till the end of 2025. They're not the headline, F-150 Lightnings are not selling.
Well, you listen to think back to the stories that we've heard and shared, on the program here, in recent weeks and last few months. Anybody that hears about that, who's going to want to race out and spend that kind of money?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, yeah. According to Yahoo Finance yesterday, the F1 Lightning sales dropped 45.8% in the third quarter. I mean, off the cliff.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden made history today by becoming the first American president to visit Israel during a time of war. Air Force One touched down near Tel Aviv, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed him.
I wanted to be here today for a simple reason. I want the people of Israel, the people of the world, to know where the United States stands.
Netanyahu described Biden's visit as deeply moving. This visit comes in the wake of devastating explosions at a Gaza Strip hospital on Tuesday, which claimed hundreds of lives. Both Israeli and Palestinian officials are pointing fingers at each other regarding the tragic blast. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. That's according to a U.S. official who talked to NBC News. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut. The negotiations have been focused on enabling the secure exit of foreign citizens and facilitating humanitarian aid. I'm John Schaefer.
The House of Representatives still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. A speaker has not been elected.
22 Republicans voted against Jordan. Currently, the House is in recess. This leaves it without a leader at a crucial time when Congress must address government funding before mid-November and conflicts continue in the Mideast and Ukraine. SoFi Stadium, a potential venue for the 2026 World Cup, might be excluded due to a dispute between the LA Rams owner and FIFA. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is warning it's only a matter of time before illegal immigrants will be sleeping on the streets. Adams says the city's averaging 4,000 new illegal immigrants a week and says it's a constant battle to find new shelter space for them. An upgrade is coming to some rail cars for the first time in 50 years.
For the first time since President Nixon was in the White House, the Staten Island Railway is getting new train cars. The 5 trains that have been in use since 1973 are being replaced. The new cars will have larger doors, displays with service updates, and accessible seating with security cameras. They should be in service by the end of next year. I'm Lance Pry.
Health insurance costs are on the rise. The Kaiser Family Foundation's latest annual survey on employer health benefits reveals a 7% increase in the average cost for family health insurance plans provided by employers this year. This surge is the highest in a decade, and further price hikes are anticipated in the upcoming weeks when employers initiate enrollment for the 2024 insurance plans. Ultra-processed foods are deemed as addictive as nicotine, cocaine, and heroin by experts. A comprehensive analysis of 281 studies spanning 36 countries reveals that a startling 14% of adults are dependent on UPFs. These include items like sausage, ice cream, soft drinks, and sugary cereals. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Couple of other friends join in here in the last hour or so. Hello to Glenn. Glenn Smith. Good morning, Steve. Going through Gainesville tonight. And there's John. Good morning. Hauling the mail in Iowa tonight. Got a night run. All right, Rubber Duck chimes in. He said, so are you telling us people went to D.C., protested, and they weren't arrested? No, so one report said there were like 300 arrested. So somewhere between 1 and 300. I don't know how many. I don't know what they're being charged with. Nothing illegal about supposedly entering the rotunda. Visitors are allowed to enter. But it becomes illegal when you begin to cause a disruption. And when they all had gathered and filled the entire rotunda area, they started beating the drums and chanting and shouting. And yeah, it was disrupting things, to say the least, in the Capitol this past day. So there you go. Meanwhile, we left off there talking about, the electric vehicles. Yahoo Finance from day before yesterday. Ford temporarily shutting down a factory shift for the F-150 Lightning electric vehicle. Sales of the EV dropping nearly 50% in the third quarter. Yeah, they had an interview here. They've got the transcript from Yahoo Finance's Pras Subramanian and several others talking about the news and the consumer sentiment when it comes to electric vehicles. Pras starts out saying, sort of bad news in the world of electric vehicles. Here, in this case, Ford confirming they're shutting down a production shift with the 150 Lightning, which was a well-received electric vehicle pickup. But basically, you've seen this number right here. Third quarter sales down almost 50%. Not a good number there. But basically, Ford is saying they're shutting down a shift temporarily due to supply chain issues, some sort of delivery sort of holdups. We've seen this before. But the Wall Street Journal reported that a UAW member said it's not a surprise. The sales are tanking, and that's why they're shutting down the shift. So there's a little bit of concern here. Is it a demand issue? Is it a pricing issue? Is it people just don't want electric vehicles? That's sort of the big kind of concern here. And I think we've got Ford earnings coming up this week or next week, something like that. So there's something to watch here. Question is, can they kind of keep this transformation going? A lot of money being spent on this transformation. They've also cut back on a battery factory in Michigan. So I think there's a little bit up in the air here. Things are a little bit dicier. That's the best-selling pickup truck in America, the normal F-150, right? It is the best-selling pickup truck in America. So it kind of what makes me wonder, is the Lightning hitting the right consumer? as far as the 150 driver, or is it people that like electric vehicles and think EVs are cool? There's a sector of the country that likes EVs and think they're cool. Yeah, get out on the road, you'll see a Tesla. And I just wonder if people that drive Teslas don't want to drive an F-150 Lightning because Tesla's more fun? Tesla's more of a sexy company thing? I don't know. They go on discussing back and forth, but yeah, sales, 43.8? That's a big-time drop. Yeah, 45.8, so nearly 46%. Welcome back there, Scarecrow.
Well, you got to believe that the administration is really loving those figures and sitting back wondering what the heck we're going to do now to encourage the public to fall into our prey. You know, my boys are talking about EVs a little while back, and you know, if they could get the price down, ridiculous, dollar investment in the things. Well, for the family that wants that, well, most every family has two vehicles, but if they can get by with just a grocery getter for the second vehicle, maybe an EV would fill the need and such. But no, I don't think it should surprise any of us that the sales just are not doing anything what the administration is hoping for. Let's see. This is my fourth night into the new ride here. The carbon copy of our last rig, Freightliner Cascadia day cab. Just a little better ride though. Freightliner must have done some tweaking on the chassis and such, but it's a noticeably better ride. They did go a little deeper into the abyss with this ever so hated self-canceling turn signal system that I just have absolutely no appreciation for, but I guess it makes it a little bit easier for the novice to handle. I'd totally forgotten about this windshield wiper system of Freightliners, the smarter than the driver approach at controlling it. Kind of has a mind of its own, although I haven't driven in enough rain to get a feel for it. Our last rig had the same thing, and our mechanics, they did figure out a way to bypass that system and go to full manual. But anyway, last evening on the ABC World News there, regarding that, the hospital business over there, the guru that they go to whenever there's a military or aviation disaster, the expert, he was talking about that, and the sound, the recordings, they have the sound of a high pitch that a hypersonic missile or a high-speed missile would make. He said there's no evidence at all, and as far as he could see, that it said the Israelis would have more likely been a bomb or such, from a plane, and there's no craters, there's no damage of such that the cars that are sitting in the parking lot, they burned up, but there's no evidence of a high explosive thing that separated everything and created the damage. So yeah, he was certainly in agreement that Israel had nothing to do with it. But and other than that, Steve Isles, the father-in-law of our youngest son, he finally lost his battle to cancer about 20 hours ago now. It was brain cancer, and it surprised everyone that he held on for 5 to 6 weeks in hospice care. And but I know, several of us know, I know a half dozen individuals that have either passed away or have extreme respiratory issues, and the one common denominator is they all worked in a machine shop or an environment with air quality that is just absolutely I don't know how OSHA can allow it. Now, years back, I spent a lot of times hauling aluminum cans for the beverage industry, both soda and beer, and those facilities, even back then, and I doubt it's changed much, you walk into them, Steve, and the air is just blue. It's lubricating oil and stuff from production processes that, almost enough to make your eyes water. That I thought, how can a person stand to breathe this crap, And likewise, machine shops and whatnot. My wife's stepdad, he worked a major air conditioning facility in La Crosse. They deal worldwide, and he's on oxygen now. That's right. So yeah, that's one battle in the family that's over now, and time will tell how our daughter-in-law and her mom, if they're able to mend their ways, or the battle is over for them and they're going to part company. But well, that's enough on the downside. Maybe somebody else can bring the show back up to the level that Overnight Drive is accustomed to, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Yeah, good to have you with us. And yeah, prayers for the family there. It's difficult times, right? It is 844-844-3388, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, one other tidbit we touch on a regular basis about this push to go electric, cars, trucks, everything, is the infrastructure unable to handle it. Well, it looks like maybe that would be a positive announcement yesterday. The administration announcing $3.5 billion for 58 different projects around the country, looking to strengthen the electric grid as extreme weather events like the deadly Maui or California wildfires continue to strain the aging transmission systems around the country. The Energy Secretary said this is the largest federal investment ever in grid infrastructure. supporting projects that will harden electrical systems and improve energy reliability and affordability. The federal money combined with money promised by private partners could result in up to $8 billion in investments nationally to upgrade the grid. The grid, as it currently sits, is not equipped to handle all the new demand. Hello. And withstand natural disasters and extreme weather. We need it to be bigger. We need it to be stronger. We need it to be smarter to bring a range of renewable energy projects online and meet the Biden administration goal of reaching 100% clean energy by 2035. Not going to happen. Anyway, projects funded by the Federal Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership Program will increase the flexibility, efficiency, reliability of the system. A particular focus on spurring solar, wind, and other renewable energy, according to Granholm. Now, are we going to just be trying to add a bunch of renewable stuff, or are we actually going to harden the grid? Looking to fix problems that may contribute to wildfires and other natural or other disasters that will improve reliability, deploying innovative approaches to transmission, storage, and distributions, he said. Projects to be funded include a $249 million each for rural areas in Georgia and Louisiana, $250 million for a Native American tribe in Oregon. The largest grant, $464 million, looks to improve 5 transmission projects across 7 Midwestern states from Iowa to North Dakota. Yeah, all right. So they've got a complete list of all these projects. Like I said, there's a total of like 58 different projects around the country. But maybe they're making a move. That's a step in the right direction. We need something to be done to harden the grid. But Sundance Kid, what's going on?
Oh, not much. I'm glad to see the rich are doing so well that they can throw private concerts for themselves at about $1,800 a ticket.
I don't. What do you? I think Chris Stapleton and Sting. Those aren't your $5,000 cheap concert guys. Those guys are probably. I mean, even though Stapleton, especially, he's pretty hot right now. He's got to be getting a good chunk of change.
I would think you'd at least get $85 a ticket at a 10,000 arena would be $850,000. And, do that by Sting, hell, like I said, it's about $1,200-$1,400 a ticket that you're not invited. But anyway, I just looked it up, and you can look it up. But last year, the United States produced more oil than it ever has in its history of its existence, at about 17.8 million barrels a day. And we're producing more oil than any other country last year. So I wish people would look around and figure out stuff instead of just going by what people tell them. Because I mean, you don't have to not know anything for 15 seconds in this country anymore. I mean, there's enough information out there that you can find it. You got to go to the library and look it up. But those are the real numbers. 17.8 million barrels a day last year. Highest we've ever produced. So whatever Biden did, I don't think it affected if we're doing more than any other country. Do you know how money's created, Mr. Steve?
Yeah, we print it.
You can't just print it.
Well,
you have to have a reason to print it.
The U.S. can. They call it quantitative easing. They just, anytime we need more money, they print it.
Well, but, okay. When you go down to the bank and you borrow money for a house, do you know they print money then?
They print money? Well, no, they...
Yes, because when you borrow money against a house, and when you get a loan, that's money that's got to be put into the system, and that's where debt comes from. That's where our economy is built on. when we go and buy stuff. So when we go buy a car at $40,000, they get to print up that amount of money for that debt. They can't just print it up. There's a reason why you can't just willy-nilly. So when we go out there so when we were graduating high school, about the same age, average price of a car was about $12,000 at the most. Hello?
Yeah, that would be a high dollar.
Right?
That would be a high dollar. I mean, I remember when cars were $2-3 grand.
Right, that was in the mid-70s. Okay, and from when Henry Ford started, well, they was about $600, maybe $500 for Model A or whatever. All right, so from the 1903 to 1970, we only went up about $1,500. Okay, well, what the hell's happened? We went crazy. I don't know if we were stuck on stupid, but the price. We're producing cars so fast now, Steve. We're producing more than we ever have, that we can have car lots that have 500 cars on them. When used to, you had to go down and order the car, and it would be in about 6 weeks, and that car was cheaper because they didn't have enough time to manufacture stuff that nobody wanted. But now we can manufacture stuff nobody even wants and stick it out there on the lot for a year. We're so efficient. So why did the price of a car go up? Are we stupid? Are we playing the game? We're stupid. We're absolutely stupid. That's where money comes from. When you go out there and spend all that money, that's why a millionaire today is poor almost. But wages hadn't kept up with that inflationary fake ass money we got. Gold and silver. A silver dollar in 1964 is now worth $35 today. A dollar back then was worth something. Well, it's worth $35 today, but your fake money is worth 1/35 of that.
Nothing.
So, y'all, that's the problem. We don't understand money. We're in a game we don't even know what we're playing. But people will figure it out one day. But like the founding fathers said, if you ever have a central bank that can inflate your dollar and deflate your dollar, you'll wake up homeless in the country that they conquered. And that's where we're headed because we got stupid.
I mentioned the term, what they call quantitative easing, which, they do essentially just, they print money. Let me read to you from the U.S. introduced quantitative easing to help keep the economy afloat. Really, the pandemic is the action of printing money to help the economy remain buoyant is known as quantitative easing. First introduced in March of 2009 after the stock market crash of 2008. The Federal Reserve printed approximately $3.3 trillion in 2020 alone, which, according to City AM, equated to about 1/5 of all U.S. dollars in circulation at that point in time. Now, you might be wondering, how can you simply be printing more money? How can that help in a crisis? In basic terms, the key motivator for QE is to encourage people to borrow money. So we'll have to pick up there after the break.
USA News Update. Americans in Gaza want out.
More than 350 Americans in Gaza are seeking assistance from the U.S. State Department for evacuation. Despite extensive discussions between the U.S., Israel, and Egypt, the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt remains shut.
On Wednesday afternoon, a large group of anti-Israel protesters occupied the U.S. Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C. Protesters are demanding and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The U.S. Capitol Police made multiple arrests as demonstrations are not allowed in congressional buildings. The House of Representatives is still without a speaker. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan was unable to secure his 217 votes needed to attain the highest position in the chamber during a second vote earlier today.
Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. A speaker has not been elected.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You know, someone that could probably give us a really good breakdown of quantitative easing and are just willy-nilly printing money would be Vic, the walking encyclopedia. But we left off with the question, how can just printing money help out in a crisis? In basic terms, the key motivator is to encourage borrowing. The high number of loans available from bank, interest rates usually remain low, meaning borrowing stays cheap. For example, the trading economics, the Federal Reserve's Fed funds rate dropped from 1% to 0.25% in March of 2020. We were just, the pandemic was really getting underway, just beginning. So with those incredibly low interest rates, people could continue to borrow as cheaply as possible. The hope was they would spend the money on goods and services to boost the economy. That can be beneficial in the short term. It encourages people to continue spending money in an economically precarious time. While it may have helped stabilize the economy during the peak of the COVID pandemic, well, is it the unintended consequence? They know it comes eventually. The adverse long-term effect. Like many things in life, short-term solutions have negative ramifications in the long run. Several examples of long-term consequence to the economy, which we are now experiencing from this quantitative easing strategy. High inflation. Bloating the economy with cash leads to price rises. There's more demand chasing a limited supply of goods and services. This has caused inflation to reach, at the point in time, the all-time highs. Quantitating the evidence in 22 last year, when inflation hit a 41-year peak. Rising interest rates. As inflation rises, interest rates often follow suit, trying to slow consumer spending. So while interest rates remained low during the pandemic, we all know that they have continuously raised and looks more and more like they're going to increase rates yet again before the end of this year, where home loans are now 8%. Market volatility. The market dip last year was multiple factors. Yes, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but quantitative easing can also contribute to market volatility. By flooding the economy with cash, this boosts public spending power and can contribute to share prices rising as a result. But when inflation begins to rise and interest rates follow suit, those market values dip again. So where do you go from here? The effects of this QE are still being felt. If you're concerned about how rising interest rates might affect your wealth, check out the insights on rising interest rates. And this is from one of the market groups. We printed more than $3 trillion in 2020 alone. I don't think they're printing as much as they had been for several years. They're trying to gradually taper off, due to the incredible interest rate hike. But obviously, people are not borrowing now. Who wants to purchase a home at an 8% interest rate, which literally will add hundreds, if not $1,000 to your typical home loan today? In the monthly payments, the interest. But, well, there he is. What's going on, Hippopotamus?
Morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Oh, so anyway, by printing more money and flooding the economy with more paper money, that makes the value of the money be less.
Correct.
So
right.
The fast food workers, the McDonald's workers, they all need to go from $20 to $25 an hour because they can't afford all the stuff they want to buy anymore. So, but where are we going with this? So, I don't know. But they, it is just that you're gonna need. It's gonna be like Venezuela was. You're gonna need a wheelbarrow to go buy a loaf of bread. Fill your wheelbarrow up with your money so you can go buy a loaf of bread.
People were actually how much the value of their currency was to the point where people would just throw a wad of cash in that. I mean, there's money blowing around in the gutters because it's worthless.
Yeah. You might as well start printing $1 million bills because that's what you're going to need to use to spend to buy a loaf of bread. But I don't know, crazy times. So, how many times are we going to have to hear? I'm glad we're past your last news break, because if I have to hear one more time that President Biden went to be the first president to be in Israel in a war zone, do we care?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about it is that's the way anything in the news has been here for the last, I don't know, probably since Biden beat Trump in the election. Everything is the first. Whatever, it's the first woman did this, the first black woman did that, the first transgender did. I don't care. If you did it, you did it. I don't care who you are or what you. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and 5-7 made a post here correctly pointing out that all the news breaks you're hearing that both sides are pointing fingers about who actually hit the hospital. And no, both sides aren't pointing fingers. Israel is presenting the proof and the evidence, the radar, and the actual videos and audios proving they didn't do it. They're not pointing fingers. They're presenting evidence.
But when you put it on the news, that isn't good news, Your Honor. That doesn't stir the pot and make everybody all upset, and So yeah, that's what news is all about now. Is you gotta present issues that cause everybody to have problems with everything. I don't know. So, anyways, hey, looks like it's been a pretty good night for trailer trucking here. The show's been going pretty good there, it seems like, other than having to listen to the news breaks. I tell you, they've been hard to listen to tonight. And but other than that, I guess it doesn't even sound like that impending weather is going to be all that bad for us over the weekend now. The way your forecast sounded there at the beginning of the show there, that storm coming across the country, going to be mixing with the supposedly to be nor'easter to produce the nor'easter, and I don't know, it sounds like Roy might get a few showers out of it. Not even any real rain. So.
Again, in your zone, it looks more like some showers. Further north is where they're going to get the heavier rain, on up into New England and Maine, and I guess that's the Atlantic Canada.
That's a good place for it. But you want to know something? If it was going to be about 25, 30 degrees colder, do you know what that would be instead of rain?
Yeah. Well, of the higher elevations are going to, they met some of the, especially up in Canada, they're going to see some snow out of it.
Yeah. How about Mount Washington? Anybody's been talking about Mount Washington yet? I mean, now a storm like this, if this goes up through and goes up there through the White Mountains, Mount Washington, a little interesting there at the top of the mountain there. Pretty much you want to make sure you tie concrete blocks to yourself when you go outside.
100-mile-an-hour plus winds, right?
Yeah. Usually closer to the 200, I think. I think they're 150 plus and can be pushing the 200 mark. So that's known as the windiest place on Earth for a reason. So, but anyways, now that, I guess, happy Friday Eve there, and I guess we'll look forward to a casual Friday there. And hey, how's that co-pilot working there for Scarecrow there? That Bo Jangles guy.
Bone Jangles, yes.
Bone Jangles, is he going to be? How casual is he going to be on Friday? Is he going to be like? Somebody's got to make sure he knows that riding around on Casual Friday don't mean riding around naked, don't he?
You may have to tell him more than once, right?
That's right. Well, if I think if Scarecrow wants to stop playing with his phones there, he ought to put mittens on his hands. He can't do nothing with the phone with mittens on. So, anyways. Hey, with all that nonsense there, we'll see if you can get an intelligent caller here to finish the show out, because I didn't do anything to help it there.
Okay, thank you, Horse Feathers. Good to hear from you. All right. What else we got here? Hey, a Knucklebuster had shared. I think he sent this my way last evening. Is there anything Republicans and Democrats can actually agree on in this day and age? Well, lo and behold, apparently there is one thing. At a time when we're deeply divided along party lines, new poll shows considerable agreement on at least one issue. The United States' 2-decade-long war in Afghanistan was not worth fighting. I guess they just came out with this after all this time. Polls suggest the withdrawal, seen by many as chaotic, ill-planned, may have been a turning point for Biden's approval ratings, which started a downward slide around that time. They've never recovered. 2/3 of Americans say that war in Afghanistan was not worth fighting. 65% of Democrats and 63% of Republicans agree on that. Nearly identical. Many have doubts about how successful the U.S. was at accomplishing any specific goals, like eliminating the threat from extremists or even improving opportunities in the country for women. One 78-year-old Republican who lives in Carson City, Nevada, said it was unwinnable from the beginning. We should have paid closer attention to what happened to the Soviet Union. They waged a decade-long war there during the 80s, only to pull out in defeat in 1989. Yeah, we should have had a specific end goal. What did we want? What did we want this war in Afghanistan to go? And better understand the country has their tribal politics. That thought echoed by a 28-year-old out of Brookhaven, Mississippi. He said it was clear after the U.S. was entrenched that it did not have very deep support. And, of course, now not pleased at all that the Taliban is back in control. But no, I do not believe it was worth us staying over there. 20 years we spent there, and how many men and women gave their lives. Essentially, what you look back now, and it's all for naught, right? It's just, we didn't accomplish a damn thing. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. And we'll get to Knucklebuster's going to join us again here. Gilligan's Online, back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There you go. Speaking of Knucklebuster, there he is. Welcome back.
Thanks, Mr. Steve Summers, for taking me again. And all of God's children said, amen, brother. Guaranteed. They got some billboard signs out there in New Mexico that Democrats and Republicans agree on one thing, that governor was a dumbass that are trying to take everybody's guns away from them there. Yep. That didn't work too good for them, did it? I don't know. We just keep going further and further in debt. The Bible tells you that the lender is a slave to the borrower, and eventually it's going to come payday. Somebody's going to have to pay it. I don't want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be saddled with it, but I paid my house off. I got a Tennessee pickup is still the only thing I got. And if I keep on running to Vegas and back, I'll have that thing paid off early too there. So, but we went from bad to worse there. If Horse Feathers is wanting a more intelligent caller there, right?
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, Horse Feathers, money is not paper. It's made of cloth, not paper. So, I guess we need to quit saying paper money, but it's cloth money. So, is it on if I call you after the show? I got a couple of things to tell you about what we talked about earlier. So,
not a problem.
All right, I'll give you a few minutes to wind everything up before I buzz back in there, and I'll shut my big mouth up so you can get one more in there. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Are you telling me that I'm supposed to look for an intelligent caller?
Somebody better than me.
Oh, boy.
Well, we might need Chris or Tennessee to call in.
Okay. So, because here's what I've got. Hello, intelligent caller.
Yes, this is the most intelligent caller of the night.
Lord
I am going to bring up an issue that Knucklebuster nor Horse Feathers could come up with combined. All right, we're talking about how we're printing money and all this and how it's driving inflation up. Somebody brought up Venezuela, a great example. I'm not Vic, but think back to in your history. What happened to Germany after World War I? It was a horrible time. They printed up all them marks to where it just flat out, it crushed it. It absolutely crushed it. In fact, there's a story, supposedly somebody left a basket full of German marks on their steps one morning, and they turned away for a few minutes, went back, the basket was gone, but the marks were still there.
The basket was worth more than the damn money, yep.
Yep, that's how bad it got in Germany after World War I, because of the fines and all the everything that the Allies put on the country of Germany after World War I, the reparations and all that. Yeah, that's a great example of what can happen. Well, what did that do? It brought strife. It brought hatred. It brought pointing the fingers. And where did it lead to? They gave us Hitler. So, I mean, that's an extreme example. I'm not saying that we're on the verge of another Hitler, but that's the kind of things can happen in these sort of things, like in Venezuela. That was an example I think Horse Feathers brought up. Same scenario. Now, Steve, I don't know whether you heard or not. I meant to mention this in my first call. Did you hear that Burt Young passed away yesterday?
Burt Young.
You know who Burt Young is?
Refresh my memory.
Played Paulie in the Rocky movies. Played Love Machine / Pigpen in Convoy. He played the chauffeur, Rodney Dangerfield, in Back to School. He actually had an appearance on MASH and stuff. Yep. Burt Young, he passed away yesterday at the age of 83. In fact, I sent you the link from Entertainment Tonight.
I see. I remember him from the Rocky films. Okay. Yep.
Yes, he played in other stuff too. Yeah, he was Paulie. He was, the little short, dumpy little guy, kind of a smart aleck, But that's what he was famous for. But he played in other stuff. I mean, Convoy was probably his biggest role, and I know there's a lot of animosity, but in the trucking industry about Convoy, but he did play a major role in that movie. Well, I'll get on off here so you can go back to your less intelligent callers out there, such as Horse Feathers and Knuckle Busters. I hope everybody has a safe day.
All right, thank you there, Gilligan. All right, Truckin' Phil, what do you got this morning? Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 58, some rain in Fort Wayne today, 61, rain in Sterling Heights. You're going to be riding in the rain, huh? All right, like you were talking, the big three automakers' biggest problem is going up against the Chinese and Korean companies, and maybe even the German companies in electric vehicles. It's going to take a long time for everything to even out, let alone have the grid ready to accommodate all these electric cars and trucks. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make that flip back once again. All right, Truckin' Phil, have a good morning. Semper Fi. Haven't really seen anything new coming down the pike this week. After last week's surprise on Wednesday when they hit the Ford plant there in Kentucky. That was a big one. So I'm just presuming, Phil, that Fane, because Fane has kind of left the door open to, at any point in time, add additional facilities. I'm just assuming the talks must be making some sort of forward progress, or I think we would have seen something additional being added as far as facilities to walk the picket line. So haven't seen that. We'll see. Maybe we'll get some sort of an update here on a Thursday, and I'm not sure if Fane's even going to do a Friday update like he's done in recent weeks. But we shall find out, right? We will do that when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time. Do it all over again. So have a safe day out there. Safe travels, and again, see you back here for our Friday edition, Casual Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.